Hello everyone. Oh boy, sorry for the wait. I was requested to do some stuff right before the stream started, so yeah. Alright, because it's safe in Japan, right? It probably just right, we were trapped in Japan, I remember that much. And we were left with the role playing that we were just starting. Okay, let me think back. We went to Japan, and then we got trapped in a net cafe because we don't know Japanese and we were left alone. And we got lost. God, you know what? That's the kind of experience I would have. Like the worst part about that is that I imagine me in that situation and it's like, yeah, that's something that would happen to me. That's something that absolutely would happen to me, personally speaking. Like I would be found in that situation of like getting lost because the two other people that I'm with just left me alone. It would be terrible. But yeah, that's definitely something that would happen to me. Anyway, right. We're supposed to be role playing. I'm supposed to be reading this. I'm just thinking about my being a random trauma. Our prayers go to the family of Obsidian. Rest assured, we are doing everything we can to bring the killer to justice. Dominique's heart banged, banged. Is it banged? I never knew how to word that I know how to write but don't know how to pronounce a situation. Classic. To hear their name again, he could almost feel their hand against him. I mean, so many emotions rolling about in his head. He was tired. He needed to get back to him. Oh boy. It was early. It was still early. Way too early. Ethan groaned, rolled back, and passed out. Me every morning, lol, lol. Oh, hi, Graham. A shame that you weren't here last time that I streamed this. You would have heard me reading extremely bad 20, early 2000, rather early 2000 role playing smooth. It would have been hilarious and also extremely uncomfortable for everyone involved. But so hi, it's been a while. Anyway, I'm supposed to be read. Oh God, Cherry, do you have to read that? Do you have to write that much for your role playing? Jesus. Um, on pretense of bringing food back to his dormitory, Dom stole back into Ethan's room with bread and jam. He smiled as he spied him, still lying in bed, sleeping soundly. So peaceful. Yeah, after waking up for 2 minutes. Before he woke up, he'd better tidy. He bent down to pick up the blankets on the floor, and as he did, he came face to face with a mysterious black duffel bag. Come to think of it, when he had first rescued Ethan from the rubble, he didn't have this bag. Then he disappeared. When he came back, he had it. Why? I shouldn't go through people's things, he tells himself. It was a violation of privacy, among other things, but he wanted to know more about him. For someone so seemingly open, he was surprisingly close. Is it wrong to want to know more about someone you care about? I mean, if you're, if you're looking at their shit, yeah, kinda. Like, I would say that's a problem. Ethan rolled over, but his eyes were still shut tight. Just a big wooden hurt? No. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Just one. As he battled with the angel and the devil on his shoulders, his hands stretched out towards the bag, undoing the straps with shaking fingers. I can't believe that we're passing time on a net cafe in Japan, waiting for our two friends who left us alone to find us because it's 2004 and nobody has like a proper cell phone that makes it easier to communicate and be like, hey, I'm trapped in a net cafe because you guys left me here and now we're just lost in Japan. Wait, isn't like half the plot of Lost in No, Lost in Translation was different. It's been a while since I watched Lost in Translation. In that fateful moment, Ethan chose to open one eye. It was bright and blurry, but as he adjusted the light, he could see. Oh no. No, no, no. Dominic froze, staring wordlessly at the bag. Inside was the long, thin barrel of what appeared to be a gun. What is this? Well, you just said it's what appears to be a gun. He nearly tumbled naked out of bed. Dom, I can't explain. Can you? It's just a gun. I mean, why do you look through? I mean, first of all, yeah, why do you look through my stuff? That's the private. It's actually a very sophisticated cake decoration set. You know, that would be funny, but also I don't think that would work. No, we're not gonna be honest. I'm gonna complain that you're looking through my shit because I feel like that's more in character. Why do you look through my stuff? A pain expression. Why is a gun in your room? I mean, why would a gun be in anyone's room? Because it's my gun. Duh. I'm not the one on trial here, he snapped. I let you into my room, but I didn't give you permission to open that bag. The look of betrayal on Dominic's face was too painful to give his gaze. He glanced away. I already know Hikaru's a killer, and Hikaru knows you, so that must make you... Oh, come on! To be fair, I'm pretty sure we kill people, but... A killer, but I have nothing to do with Hikaru. Yeah, no, he has. He literally does. Then who do you have to do with? If I told you that, I'd have to kill you, he said with a cheeky smile. Classic. Could he even get through a sentence without making light of it? I'm being serious, Ethan. I'm also being serious. He felt ashamed of his naivete. First Hikaru and his watch, then him. He let him put his hands all over him, forsook oh, come on! The sex scene wasn't even that good. The sex scene wasn't even that good! God, I can't believe that we're going through this. What if I light it up? Oh, if I light up. Why did I really like that? Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed his lighter, cigarettes, and a pair of pants. The smoke hit his lungs and washed over his body like a dull anesthetic. Wordlessly, he walked over the duffel bag and unzipped it. He pulled out the sniper rifle, a hunting knife, a set of black clothes, and binoculars. Ah yes, classic. The past 48 hours, it experienced... In the past... Wouldn't be in the past. The past 48 hours, he experienced the numbing feeling of losing a family member he had no idea existed. Seeing a side of a friend he'd never known, and now... Was it just him? Was he so blinded by the protective bubble of this shirt that he'd pretended he couldn't see the signs? I mean, you don't have a lot of life experience, but otherwise... Despair gripped him tightly by the throat. Sadness and anger. He could feel the demon trying to take control. Oh, come on, it's not a demon. You're being dramatic. Ethan forced himself to meet Dominic's cold gaze. I'm sorry, I do what I have to do. You know, that father of yours isn't the saint you think he is. You can't, he pleaded. Are you trying to start a war? Somehow he knew what he meant by that already, but it still burned to hear. No, he wouldn't accept this. This time he wouldn't just be a helpless bystander. You won't, he said with conviction, putting himself between Ethan and his stool of death. Oh, come on, it's just a gun and a knife. It's not that bad. Like, have you seen what some people use to kill people? Like, they have, like, doohickeys. Have you ever seen a doohickey? God, I wish I had a doohickey. For reasons. Ethan took another draw from his cigarette. His heart ached. He desperately wanted to keep him safe, not to involve him in any of this. Tell you what you're gonna do. You're gonna leave the parish. You can't hide forever that you saw Obsidian die, and it would be easy for the father to toss you to the wolves. Leave, and let me take care of this. He stood his ground. No, I'm not going anywhere. I want the truth. Oh, but you can't handle the truth. Oh, that's my favorite line from What movie was that? What movie was that? It had Nicholson and Brad Pitt, I think. No, was it Brad Pitt? Was it Brad Pitt that was in that movie? You know? I want the truth, you can't handle the truth. Wait, no, it wasn't Brad... No, it was Tom Cruise. That's the one. It was Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson. I'm trying to remember the title and I can't remember. God fucking damn it. It was one of those military movies, like they were in a trial for something or other, but like a military trial. It's like, I want the truth, you can't handle the truth. And the truth is blah blah blah. I don't remember the entire line. You can't handle the truth. Classic. I see what you did there. Oh, come on, everybody knows that line, but very few people actually know the context of it. Like, I'm pretty sure that most people have not seen that. Like, I've seen it, but right now I don't remember the title. Teeny feathers began to poke through the backside of his hand. You have no idea what I can and cannot handle, he said through gritted teeth. I may have grown up in a bubble, but that doesn't mean I'm made of glass. Dramatic. Alright, I'll level with you. I guess I should say the fact that he's a bomber. That's the most important thing. Father Castiliano is a bomber of Udania. He couldn't help it. A startled laugh escaped his lips. You must be joking. This is a stash of explosives located in the chasm. I've been able to identify them as ones using the bombs in Udania, as well as their link to a certain father. That's why I came back to the parish, to investigate a hunch. My hunch. You. So he didn't return just to see him. Was last night an agenda item to eat into? No, it was just really bad sex. Like, Ethan didn't even come. Can I point out that he didn't even come? Like, very one-sided in this situation. I feel like I know it's 2004 smut writing, but still. Very one-sided. His chest ached. I'm also a father, too. I could be the bomber. But what will you stand to gain? He took another drag from his cigarette. I was searching up and down the parish for any sort of evidence that would link those two words. And then I realized... Teething. You see, he recalled the word. Red mark. Look, I'm right. He didn't even come. You can go see back the, well, I haven't posted it here on YouTube, but, like, I'm gonna do it. Like, when I was reading the smut, he literally just made Dom come and then he didn't do anything for himself. And that's basic. A growing sick feeling in his gut. People get to the church when the spirit moves them. Especially when they're down on their luck. The Order of the Hand has so graciously opened its doors to all the refugees of Rodania. I didn't think the thieving would be that significant, but to my surprise, when I checked the books, the Order's profit had increased over 20%. And even more surprising is that a percentage of that profit is going to one Father Castiliano for outreach programs. I'm part of those outreach programs, that's why I found you in the rubble. His expenses are that of a team of 15 men, but do you know that you're the only one he sends out? Oh, dramatic. Father Castiliano always told him about the others out there, like him, bravely searching for survivors. But if Ethan was right, he was being used to line the father's coffers, all while people were dying for inaction. Gardening, this was the talk of planting bombs. He blinked, and for a moment he saw red. All the people he loved, they were just using him. Oh, come on. I'm sorry you had to find out this way, he said. Besides, you're a what? You're a good person. You don't deserve to be caught up in all of this. I mean, you know. He willed himself not to cry. Instead, he squeezed his hands at his side. Keep talking, Ethan. I guess we can talk about the whole mission thing. Hikaru's on a different mission than me. He's been on a quest to become the strongest duelist in Terranova. I met him in a place called Cinders. I knew he had some kind of thing for obsidian. He put his palm to his face, and I stupidly told him while Obsidian was here. That was irresponsible. Yes, but he's just a kid. I thought he was going to challenge Obsidian, get the piss kicked out of him, then run away. Lesson learned. How would you go to right or wrong? He shivered. I watched him cut off my Obsidian's head. Well, you and I both underestimated him. Damn. Completely washing your hands off of that problem. He said he was living with Isaiah. If he has the ability to do that, I'm worried about him. I trust him. He's much more clever than he lets on. Hikaru may be strong, but Isaiah is smart. Ethan, someone's life could be in danger. How can you talk so casually? He closed his eyes and leaned out the window to exhale. For a while, he said nothing. Then... There's nothing casual about danger except that he's everywhere. If I hadn't pointed him here, Obsidian will still be alive, and you and Isaiah wouldn't be involved in this mess. Those two things I deeply regret. Was inclined to believe him, but he hung back, unsure of himself. He'd been lying by omission before. What if this was the same? And what else? Well, I guess we can do the last part. Isaiah's an old friend from Nova City, it's where I grew up. Where did you meet him? He coughed. A dumpster. Are you kidding? No. I was running from the cops, and he discovered me, so we struck a deal. He'd cover for me if I could play his fare into a mahjong parlor. No, mahjong, my mortal enemy. I thought back to his talk with Isaiah. He didn't look like a gambler, but it was clear he'd been through a lot. Sounds like sounds like a lucrative business partner. So both of you are killers. Nah, he doesn't know what I do. And I imagine if he did, he'd be disgusted. He's a pacifist. He crossed his arms. Do you always lie to people close to you? I mean, yeah. Dominic's words were like a knife to his side. He tried to pretend it didn't hurt, but it did. Duh. Yes, you're the first person who knows. Poor Dom. A lot of story has been happening without his involvement. I know, right? He's got a lot to catch up on. Like a lot. He felt sorry for Ethan. He couldn't imagine what life was like for someone who built up walls between him and everyone else. Who would accept someone who willingly took another person's life? Please continue. I mean, I could name a bunch of people who would willingly stay with a person who kills other people, but also context and circumstances are very diverse. I'm working for... Well, honestly, I don't know. That's extremely helpful. You'd be willing to kill for someone you haven't met. The money can't be that good. The money's not for me. Who then? He didn't like talking about his mother. He'd taken a soul-crushing job to pay off his father's gambling debts. Every job he'd taken was for her to get out of that horrible company apartment block she lived in. She was only in her 40s, but her hands shook from early onset arthritis. Everything was provided by the company, but they charged exorbitantly, and it took out of her paycheck. Indentured servitude is what he called it. I mean, it's literally just indentured servitude. If you permit me this one last secret, I'd be grateful. How much of these Dominic just should to the two of them? I mean, I feel like it should be between the two of them, because like, you know, you move your finger from one side to the other, you know, pointing. Was built on secrets. I can't trust that this room or you isn't bugged. A deep sad sigh. God, you don't trust anyone, do you? He shook his head, smoke curling from his nostrils. Thanks, Roland Beeman. No, seriously, that is such a fucking Roland Beeman thing to say. Tom wiped at his eyes. He wasn't dumb. He considered the possibility that Ethan had a wife or a husband back home and he was the fling. But he had trusted Ethan. Can you at least tell me if it's someone you're dating or married to, or... Oh no. Oh no. For the first time since they started talking, Ethan's cool composure dropped and his brow furrowed. He reached out, placing his fingertips against Dom's cheek. No, stop that. He was so bad at this. I'm not married, I don't date, I don't get that close to people. Then what about me? He looked uncharacteristically uncomfortable. You're first. You're special. I don't believe you. He withdrew. I'm telling the truth. So, where are we? Someone has to stop Father Casiliano. He knelt down on the floor to pick up his things. Oh, I'll see you in a sec. I'll talk to him, make him seem sense. You won't have to kill anymore if your target repents, right? I'll have 1.5 mil if he dies. Ooh, that's a little cash. That was a staggering amount, but he wouldn't be deterred from his goal. Do you enjoy killing? What kind of question is that? He laughed, screwing the barrel onto it. No, it's a job. Hey T, where are... Yeah, no, I'll see you. I'm still upset that you lost me on a fucking cafe, so I'm like in Japan. So I'm not gonna talk to you when I'm finished with Cherry. So you won't mind if I talk to him first before you do it? He tried to make himself sound strong, but it ended up sounding weak, pleading. Come on. Remember you're his tool, he said, focusing more on the gun than the priest. If he kills you, that's it. I'm not risking that. One person dead is better than two. At least let me... No. The anger burned more incessantly in his chest. He tried to calm himself down, but to no avail. He could feel the thudding of his own pulse, like lava and ice flowing through his veins. That's contradicting. Dominic, there's no way you could take him on yourself, he said sharply. You're weak. No. I'll show you. Okay. Are you gonna scary? Are you gonna turn scary? His skin turned black and scaly, gone were the ash-gray eyes, the soft blonde curls. In their place, the blood-red orbs, two blood-red orbs. Classic. Calling eyes orbs, classic. Oh, this is so 2000s. And a crest of jet black raven feathers. God, you know, every time that I read raven as like used to describe color, all that I can remember is the one time I read Noiret in like a fucking fanfic. Like, you know how people do blue net, pink net, that kind of shit for like unnatural hair colors, but it's like noir, like black, like the French for black, and it's like just call it, it's black. Just call it black. Raven net was also very popular. Noiret. Noiret sounds like a kind of pasta. The worst part is that Noiret sounds like a kind of pasta, you know? It sounds like a pasta type. It doesn't sound like a real word. Which is not, it's not a real word, but still. God, that was funny. Ethan's focus shifted from the gun to Dominic's face. To his scream of horror, he watched it transform from the kind priest he was used to into something otherworldly and terrifying. Holy crap. Massive talons pinned him to the floor, and razor-sharp teeth bared themselves at him. The demon let out a low, angry hiss. It felt as if the air was slowly being crushed from his body. Looking into its face, he realized the monster he'd seen in the chasm and this monster were the same. Dominic, he gasped. You're the monster. Don't say that. Yeah, no, that's kind of rude. Don't call him a monster. He bore down on him, his hackles rippling and shaking as anger and pain coursed through his blood. Ugh. He tried to struggle out from underneath the talons, but they simply sunk themselves deeper into him. Amazing how sharp those claws were. They slid through his skin like butter. Well, this wasn't the way he pictured himself dying. Please, I'm gonna... You're going to kill him. Isn't that what you wanted? No! You have the word noirot in French to describe hair. See, that makes sense. Specifically tainted black. So, like, dyed? Like, if you dyed black, but it's not naturally black? Or just like if it's dirty, and it turns black from being dirty. Oh, okay. It's just from the dyeing. Yeah, that makes... See, but that's a word. That's a word that exists and makes sense, and it's specifically talking about, like, dyed black hair. Like, you can also, like, do that, like... There are some words in Spanish referring to specifically, like specific types of bleach hair, for example. So it's the... In a way, it's the opposite. Like, instead of tainted black, it would be, like, turn yellow or turn white. But like, that's a real word. Toilet is not a real word. That's not a word. That doesn't exist. And also, again, the word black exists. Just call me black hair. Jesus Christ. You don't have to be part of anyone's story. It's time you create your own. I don't want him to die. His grip tightened, expending the last of his strength. He was so tired. All of this was so tiring. It would be better to be rid of it all, wouldn't it? I'm real sorry, Mama, he sighed. I gotta rest, Sylvie. His words fell short, and his body went slack. Whoa, I'm fading. Roleplay again soon? It's getting so good. Yes, and thank you for being there. In my time of need. That may be one of the only things I'm good at. I should say you're welcome. You should. Aww. Effie's online. Yeah, for a while I've been ignoring her for being a bitch. Good, I was worried about leaving you. Good night. Good night, Cherry. I love... Oh, she was about to say I love you. Aww. Come on, have some balls and tell her that you love her. Good team, Cherry. Aww. Even if things get heavy, we'll all float on alright. Yeah, about this shit. Hey, T, what are you getting up to? Not having too much fun without us, I hope. Effie, just who I was hoping to talk to. I am so fucking upset right now. Where were you? I've been trying to get a hold of you for hours. You had me worried sick. Wait, really? I'm so sorry, T. You better have an excuse. I'm confused though. You're the one who bailed on our shopping trip. Should I be asking you that? That's not how I remember it. We were hanging out at the store together, and when I turned around, you were gone. Like you and Zendaya just ditched me or something. What? Yeah. Look, I'm not having this conversation right now. I log in to see how you're doing. So how are you doing? To be perfectly honest, I'm alone, scared, and probably lost in a foreign country. And now I'm worried my best friend is mad at me. So I've been better. Yeah, that sounds pretty bad. Congrats. Well, if you wanna turn that bad day around, we're gonna catch an idol show. You wanna come? You know, if you're not too cool to hang out with me and Sandaria. Yes, I'm so down. And you know I don't think I'm too cool for you, right? I know, I was just teasing. So where's the show? It's happening next to Johnny's. Where's that? It's not far. Just go back to 711 Takeshita Street and make a left up the hill. Okay, I gotta be real here. I'm not great at directions, especially in a foreign country. Like, can I point out that this is bullshit? Like, I get lost very easily, so I can't speak. But also, it's her first time in Japan. It's a foreign country. She probably can, like, I'm assuming that a lot of the streets are marked, if not most streets, are marked in English too, for, you know, ease of access for other people. But also, like, does it look like I know how to get to the place that you're telling me if I got lost and ended up at a net cafe? That's an understatement. I'm horrible at directions. I don't remember passing a 7-Eleven or how to get back to Takeshita Street. I don't think I can get there by myself. Do you think you can come get me? Please? Oh, yeah, good idea. Be right there. I think we still have time to make it if you hurry. So, I remember I don't know where you went. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm in a net cafe. It's on the big street with the department stores. Net cafe, got it. Zendaya wants to know which one it is. Oh, hold on. Oh yeah, we need to find out which one. There's probably more than one. I have no clue. The name is in Japanese. Okay, what's nearby? It's across from Family Mart and a drugstore, I think. That could be anywhere. I'm so sorry, T. Zendaya says we're gonna run to make the show. We'll catch up with you after, promise. Oh, okay. Oh, hey, just a sec. Zendaya wants to talk to you. Hi, it's me, Sandaria. FP told me you're worried about directions. Don't worry, Sandaria's on the case. Okay, so here's the plan. We're going to do the show now, and then afterwards we'll meet at Harajuku Station at 5 and get crepes. You can't get back to the station by yourself, right? If you need help, just ask for directions like this. Eki wa doku desu ka? Actually, you know what? Forget all that. Just say Eki and make a sad face like this. People here are aloof, but they're actually really helpful. They'll point you in the right direction. Remember to make the sad face. Okay, gotta go. Talk to you later. I'm gonna fucking stab Sandaria in the face. I was liking her, but now I've decided that I'm going to stab her in the face. I'll see you later, I guess, bitch. Don't forget the sad face. I'll check back later. And everyone is out. And I can't post a new post here. And what did we... Was there something we didn't read? I think we didn't read one of the things in Terranova, actually. Like, the only one here. This is the only one that I believe we didn't read. And I guess I'll post... I'll post this. Boop. And we read those two. God, I'm fucking gonna goddamn kill Sandaria. Absolutely gonna kill her ass for that shit. Like, at this, like, if it was 15 or something, 2020, you have Google Maps. You have, like, better cell phone reception. You have so many fucking options. This shit, though, in 2004? God, I would fucking kill this woman. Like, I would find a way to get back to where I'm staying and then wait for her with a knife and be like, this is your last day in this world, bitch. Like, not gonna lie. Absolute fucking murder in here. Okay, let's read the shit. Silver Spring is at the foothills of the volcano Mount Isa. It began as a coal mining town and became one of the biggest exporters of raw quartz. Quartz? Messiah took a sip of coffee and bean juice. A new day was dawning. The sunrise cast the shadows of two figures huddled around the dying flames of a campfire, morning dew still drying on their tent. A generator hummed nearby, charging his auxiliaries. You know, Hikaru, quartz is used in both terranova technology and Ordanian alchemy. He could launch into the uses of quartz for hours. It was used as an electrical conductor, and because of this, most cyborgs had quartz cores. Hell, even before the upgrade, his core was, oh, is that so? Hikaru's response was less than enthusiastic. Since he returned from his dough with obsidian, something had changed in him. I mean, he did decapitate a person. That changes people. I feel decapitating someone changes people a little bit, you know what I mean? Gon was the plucky adamant traveling partner he'd come to admire, and in its place was someone who barely registered his own surroundings. Before, it was next to impossible for Hikaru to stop talking. Now they had been traveling for over 4 days, and most of those had been spent in silence. It was a new troubling Hikaru. I do not know how to bring this up tactfully, so I will just ask you, alright? You have not been acting like yourself recently. Isaiah glanced over to see him staring blankly at the coffee pot nestled in the campfire. Hikaru? Sorry, he jolted, as if suddenly shook awake. Hey, Isaiah, can I ask you something? Yes, you think I'm brave? He thought back to when they first met, when Hikaru had wanted to fight Obsidian in the middle of Nova City, in the middle of their turf, surrounded by their offices. He had not thought he was brave. Crazy, sure, but not brave. He was still a little crazy. This was what he liked about him. Yes, I do. A slow, tired smile spread across Hikaru's face. Thanks, I haven't seen my family in a long time. I'm nervous. Isaiah could understand that, at least a little. He knew that Hikaru had been gone from Silver Spring for a little over a year. He also knew from speaking with others that for one so attached to one's homeland, separation would produce feelings that border on indescribable. If he were really honest with himself, Isaiah could admit that he was feeling just as nervous about going back to Nova City. The access to tools and supplies was second to none, but did he want to go back? His friends were in Ordania. Hikaru was in Ordania. So were Ethan and Dominic. If he stayed here, he could be closer to Hikaru. All three of them. If he went back to Nova City, he would have to sacrifice at least part of the closeness of the sort he had never been able to have before. That sentence was written. I would have written that sentence differently. The people he had helped with their radio and television repairs over the past months and years miss him the way he would miss his friends. Did they care that he was gone? All these questions circle around his head like clouds scattering into a tempest. Hikaru, have you heard of the concept of Theseus ship? What does that boat have to do with my family? It's more of a philosophical question. If a ship thousands of years old becomes replaced bit by bit, is it still the same ship? Hikaru made a face that signaled to him that he was thinking it over. He continued, though you may not be doing so with technology, you have had more parts than just your ears replaced. Perhaps your family will not recognize the you that stands before me, but I believe that this you is more you than you've ever been. Are we trying to, transify Theseus ship? Can we, honestly, can we transify? Is that even like a concept? Like, let's transify Theseus ship. I think we should do that. I think the trans community as a whole should take Theseus ship back to ourselves. Just saying. He's only allowed to talk about the trans experience now. But for better and for worse. The smile returned again, this time more relieved. This smile, he thought, he was used to. Thanks, Isaiah. As soon as they made their way over the ridge near the campsite, Mount Ise came into full view, her heels rolling lazily underneath them. She's been more active these past several years, Hikaru said as he picked his way through the rocky terrain. They don't know when she's going to blow, but he paused. It's only a matter of time. He followed Hikaru down until the winding trail they were on spilled into a massive open quarry. It was the biggest he'd ever seen in his life, deeper than the chasm and 10 times as wide. Carts of quartz were being hauled by young men and women in headgear, their faces much black. If he squinted, he could make out the tips of their pointy ears. Suspended above the mine were ropeways of which were built wooden bridges and thatched grass huts. They swung lazily in the breeze, tufts of smoke curling from their tops like ancient dragons. A splendid wet fountain had been built in the middle of the... really? On the mine? Like, how much do you have to build inside a mine? Build the mine of in the middle of the mine on a raised platform. Also, this could use like a comma. Just a couple of commas around here would be good. A woman clothed in flowing robes rose from the water, her arms outstretched to touch the sky. He'd seen the neon skyscrapers of Nova City, the weathered shanty towns of Nuevo, and the austere citadel of the parish, but he never dreamed of a place like this. So, this is Silver Spring? He was contemplating what he could trade for dried meats and coin at the local marketplace when he was interrupted by an excited gasp. Master Takeda, is Istra's name? You have returned to us. An older man wearing mottled quartz armor was staring wide-eyed at the two of them, and this must be the Hikaru snapped upright, as if drawn by puppet strings. His mouth, too, took on an awkward fake smile. Makoto, it has been a while, yes. So you have completed the ritual. Hikaru glanced back at him, then at Makoto. Yes. Then we must not delay. I shall inform the elders immediately. If Isaiah could raise an eyebrow, he would. The ritual? He had heard that word once before in Nova City long ago. I'm a great warrior. I must complete the ritual. What ritual? Good again was the gentle Hikaru, and in his place was the sullen and focused one. What ritual, Hikaru? He stepped towards him, but his path was blocked by a flock of young women dressed in white. Hikaru was led away by Makoto towards the opposite end of the square. An uneasy feeling settled into the pit of his stomach. Something was up. That boy couldn't hide a flea if he wanted to. He turned to the woman. My apologies, my friend and I have something that needs discussing. Can you guide me to him? My name is Evelyn, the woman at the front of the group said. Her long hair was plaited and tucked underneath a white lace cap. You must be tired from your travels, beloved. Come, we shall refresh you. Why are you calling me that? So it was not just Hikaru who gave non-sequitur answers. Apparently not listening to other people was a cultural thing as well. He sighed in frustration. I appreciate the offer, but I must speak directly to Hikaru. You shall speak soon, but first, tea. No, I like coffee. Shut up. The Elder's hut was the only hut in Silver Spring that glimmered when the sun hit it just so. As a child, he spent his days staring up at the hut and dreaming of a future where he, too, would become an elder. Hikaru climbed the rope ladder to the entrance. He took a deep breath. When he entered, he was met by an old, stout woman pouring from an iron teapot in the central kamado, or wood stove. Why are elves Asian? Actually, why are elves Japanese, and yet apparently not? Behind her sat the rest of the elders. They looked like ancient crumbling statues, sitting on plush saboton, their eyes fixed on him. Their skin was blotchy and peeling from age. Even though the last time he'd seen them was over a year ago, they seemed even older. He bowed and Makoto politely coughed. Your shoes, Master Takeda. Right. Hello, Maris. Hikaru, you look well. Has it really been a year? The woman asked kindly, handing him a cup of tea. The elders predicted your arrival. I'm sure they did, he thought. They had predicted his fall from grace, too. Do not address Elder Marina in that way, snapped one of the other elders. A statue of a woman with high cheekbones and pale eyes. Hikaru narrowed his. Hello to you too, Elder Satori. My elders, in your infinite wisdom, he said, bowing deeply. May Isra guide you to yours, they responded in unison. You have not forgotten what you have done, Hikaru, Satori said. Cowardice is a sin. And yet here I am. Hikaru unhooked a bulky bag strapped to his quiver and opened it. A foul stench wafted through the room, clinging to his robes. Death. I am no longer the coward you knew. He stuffed his hand into the bag and drew something out of its jet-black hair. The skin was pressed flat against the bones and the eyes sunken and gray. The severed head of obsidian. You didn't even call. Oh, God. That's gonna be so. Ugh. You've been traveling with that shit for 4 days. Jesus Christ. He dropped it in front of them. Gasps and cries rippled through the room. Makoto dove to collect it so as to not dirt to the floor. He continued his careless assault, opening a smaller box and pouring out fingers, eyes, a clip of Lycia's wall curls, the strongest water in Nova City, cinders, Erdin, Blackrock, Mesquite. He said flatly, naming all the places he'd been and the people he'd fought. With each trophy he presented the seeker he felt. He heard their cries, begging for forgiveness, pleading that they had families. He'd always envisioned the moment with pride, him sticking it to the elders with a confident smirk and fiery gleam in his eyes. The reality was much different. His insides were a mishmash of guilt, anxiety, and self-loathing. He dumped the rest of the bag out. 50. Count them if you don't believe me. And the vessel for the beloved? Satori asked. If he didn't feel so sick, he would be basking in the schadenfreude of her discomfort and fear. Yes. He swallowed. What had Isaiah said about Theseus' ship? That even though all the parts might be replaced, it was still his. Something like that. He hoped this was true, for his and Isaiah's sake. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with what he was about to do. He placed a hand over his heart. I have failed you once. I will not do so again. That's right, we had their own game. He was to become more powerful than any of the elders soon, and then they would soon bow to him. My esteemed elders, Makoto bowed low, presenting a tray atop which his trophies sat. I counted them, and they are indeed 50. He got a smile from Elder Marina, and Elder Satori's frown deepened. Very well. The bonding ceremony begins at dawn. As you wish. Oh boy, this is gonna beat him right in the ass, isn't it? I know Isra fell in love with an outsider, but Master Takeda can choose whoever he wants. We're at Terranova and look at him and his face. He doesn't move. It's like bonding with a statue. We are not to judge. Isaiah wiggled his toes, which were currently submerged in sweet-smelling bubbles. Were he to drown out this acid in conversation, he might even call the situation pleasant. He was sitting in a barber's chair in front of a floor-to-ceiling mirror. Around him were perfumes, lotions, and bottles that signaled I can speak. Signaled to him this was some kind of spa. It was started by a young woman plunging her fingers into his hair. Soft, she exclaimed. He could deal with the casual cyber racist comment, but touching the fro was unacceptable. He grabbed her wrist and she squealed in surprise. What, pray tell, are you doing in there? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Please don't hurt me. Master Mallory, was it? Evelyn entered the room carrying a tray. Imena, get your hands out of his hair. The woman squeaked and Isaiah let her scurry away. I apologize for her rudeness. She offered tea and warm oat fennel cookies and he partook. On them, I assume. Like, that's a little. Thank you. My pleasure. It is our job to provide all that you desire before the bonding ceremony tomorrow. What? Isaiah wiggled his hand back and forth to show uncertainty. I am afraid you will have to explain. What ceremony? The ceremony to resurrect Isra. Isra, her name had been spoken from Hikaru's lips so often he doubted he would forget it. He had mentioned her often, but was always reluctant to share details. He had decided that fate was a personal topic for Hikaru and thus had steered clear of it. But clearly there was something else he was not aware of. She continued. Isra, our beloved goddess, had her beloved taken from her the dawn of her bonding ceremony by an evil king. She killed 49 gods to find the king. But by then, he had already taken the life of her beloved. In her rage, she caused Mount East to explode, killing the villagers below. The survivors of the incident found the Silver Spring, and since then we have been regularly resurrecting Isra and her beloved to rewrite her awful history. It is cause for great celebration that you were chosen. Is that so? Master Takeda will be a vessel for Isra, and you, Master Mallory, for her beloved. How exactly does that work? Isra's vessel must first complete the task of bringing 50 sacrifices to her sacred temple. They must be strong warriors, with powers to rival the gods. That tweaked an unexpected note of concern. Hikaru had said he was seeking out strong warriors to duel. For reasons. Water. If they fit to stand as a vessel, they will perform the bonding ceremony with the one that they cherish. The two of them will become as mortal gods, and Mount Isa will rest once more. And thus her children grew up enamored and but terrified of the goddess. He had so many questions. What happened to the people who became gods? Spiritual possession was clearly illogical, and personal fate aside, did Hikaru himself really believe that performing a sacrificial rite could stay a volcanic eruption? Probably. He sometimes believed illogical things, but Isaiah could not imagine him to be so far removed from reality. The churlish... Oh, I love churlish. That's such a good word. The churlish Jimena popped her head back into the room. Insubordinate and churlish. I just love that Keenan and Peele sketch. Only the power of a deep bond can wash away the most grievous of sins. Evelyn shot her a look. I am sorry. Imena is partial to idle rumors. Rumors? She turned away. Shall we get you prepared? I am sure Master Takeda will eagerly be awaiting you at dawn. This whole situation was concerning. Yeah, no shit. This was the first time he heard of rumors or anything about Hikaru's past. The boy talked so much and yet never about himself. Isaiah looked down. He could leave, pretend this place and the truth within it never existed, go back to Nova City, pick up his things, or he could stay and face him. Before meeting Hikaru, he had followed a plan that had appeared at his feet when he stepped forward. When his parents were killed, his sensei took him in. Sensei helped him with grafting, implants, and everything that he did so easily now. Even when he had moved out and started repairs on his own, he felt like he could always see the way forward. Since he met Hikaru, everything was mixed up. At first it was exciting, like feeling the wind on your face after a long time inside. He felt he could breathe out on the road with him. Hikaru had been the light on his previously dimly lit path into adventure. It was suddenly now he realized how dark the road ahead was. Yes, let us prepare. And all he had to do was step forward. And let's read the last post in Terranova while we're at it. The one we just did. You know, I'm going to assume I'm assuming for myself that this is good training because I do eventually want to play the house in Fata Morgana. And that's gonna be a lot of reading for a long time. So this is like small training for that, I guess, like voice training, just like getting used to reading a lot of text altogether. Fata Morgana is better written though, because it's not a role playing between a bunch of 17, 19, 18-year-olds in 2004. Fata Maru PTSD. I mean, I feel like I need to infringe Fata Maru on people. Yeah, it's Fatamori, you're right. I don't know whether, like, whatever. Like, I feel like Fata Morgana, like I feel like I need to infringe it on people at some point because it's that good, but also it's gonna be very tiring doing the original visual novel and then the sequel, not immediately because my voice is gonna die, and then I wanna see if I can emulate the last game. Well, not the last game. It's is this game that only came on Switch? The sequel too? Well, to be fair, it's the prequel. Like, I'm not gonna do them all together. Like, I'm gonna jump immediately on like just Fata Morgana, then this prequel, then the sequel. I'll probably do Fata, then I'll do something else, then I'll do like the prequel, sequel. And then I wanna see if I can emulate the one that is on the Switch, because there is some stuff on that version that doesn't exist anywhere else. Like there's some future stuff, like reincarnation stuff. I think it's actually subtitled reincarnation. That isn't in like it's not on Steam. Like there's no other release. It's only on console, which I think it has something to do with like voice acting rights, because that one is voice acted. I believe it has something to do with that. Like there's some right related stuff that they just couldn't settle down for a Steam version, I believe. But yeah, no, my intention is to play Fata and the prequel sequel eventually and see how well it emulates for the reincarnation stuff, to be able to show that off. You know, just do the entire Fata Moro experience, like all of it. Ethan opened his eyes. He'd expected hell to smell more like fire and brimstone, not antiseptic. The first sensation that hit him was a tightness in his chest. Relatable. Slowly he drew in a breath and a jolt of pain shot through his body. That was a state where one couldn't feel pain, so following that logic, he was alive. He picked up his left hand, slowly, still there. He picked up his right hand. 1, 2, 3. He counted again, and again, and then again. He let out a loud groan. Jesus Christ! He was 2 fingers less than a full 5. A head poked itself through the linen surrounding his bed like a specter. It was a woman, her curly grey hair poking out from underneath her habit. Thank the Lord, she said. Let me get you some painkillers. Is this hell? He wondered aloud. She chuckled. Afraid you offended the man upstairs. You're lucky to be alive, so I'd say he's looking out for you. She put a hand on the side of the bed. I'm Sister Castile. You're in the infirmary in the parish. Father Gonzalez said you were attacked by a wild animal. Ethan's eyes narrowed. A wild animal, huh? What's the damage? You came in with a collapsed lung, abrasions and cuts on your chest, and your index and middle finger gone. Not my middle! How can I do my how can I fuck people without my middle? How can I give them the fuck you without my middle? That's the worst. That's the worst finger to lose, except for the thumb, which is the most useful finger, obviously. Thankfully, we were able to get your lungs back in shape without intubation. I gather you couldn't find the fingers. If he wiggled them, he could still feel them. That was his trigger finger Dominic had bitten off. There was no way he could fire a gun now. He'd clearly underestimated the priest's sense of humor. What a sick joke. Before this, he was practically pleading with him to tell him the whole truth, and while hiding the fact that he could transform into a monster. People who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Or themselves. Sister Castile interrupted his reverie. Did you at least get a look at it? We might need to send a patrol out if there's an animal attacking people. It would be easy to sell him out, the spiteful part if he wanted to. Nah, not really. I see. Well, welcome back. She gave me a quick smile before disappearing behind the lilies again. Thanks. He stared up at the ceiling. Anger ebbed at the back of his skull. He had to track that sanctimonious priest down before anyone else got hurt. And... yeah, you're online. Okay. Can we talk, bitch? Of course! What about? About today. To be honest, I'm super pissed off. I'm kinda mad at you right now. You should have said that you were pissed off. You left me behind at the store. I was all alone and really scared. It's nothing to worry about. Everyone gets lost sometimes. But you can make it back to the station on your own just fine, right? See, no problem. Just need to listen to area coaching. You made a sad face, right? No, this isn't about getting lost. You ditched me. It was rude and it made me feel bad. Yeah, it's true. Okay, so I left for a bit. Can you blame me? I needed a little time to myself. You can be a little much sometimes, you know? What the hell is that supposed to mean? That is my honest reaction to that. I mean, like, right now, why are you being so aggressive? I'm just trying to talk. I'm not being aggressive. You are. You're being super mean. Please, what do you want me to say? Sorry I wasn't your perfect chaperone who attended your every need. I made the plans, I showed you around, I even translated the menus for you. You know, I didn't have to invite you. I was trying to do something nice. I guess my kindness was wasted on you, though. I can never be enough for Her Majesty. So I wanted to spend some one-on-one time for Effie. What's wrong with that? Slow down. Stop with the stupid faces. You get to see her whenever you want. It's not fair. Talking to you is so frustrating. Well, so he's talking to you. I have to go. Come talk to me when you're ready to apologize. Oh, you piece of shit! Oh, you're so... I don't want to talk to her. Where... Zendaya, you're so lucky I feel bad that you have an eating disorder, because otherwise I would fucking kill you. Hey T, we're coming back to the station. I got you a yogurt cup from the conveni. Can you pick me up from the net cafe? You're still there? You're not at the station? Are you okay? No. No. What happens? Zendaya said a bunch of really mean things, like I'm being aggressive and an ungrateful princess. I think she was just frustrated. At the concert she said she's worried about you, probably just saying that to get you on her side. Come on, T. I just want to have a good time in Japan with my two friends. No, you want to have a good time with one of your friends and forget about the other. That hurt, T. We hung out all the time back at home, right? This is the only chance I have to see Zendaya. I'm trying to make the most of it. Well, leave me out of it then. I don't want to get between the two of you. Can't you just apologize? No, because I didn't do anything. Why are you taking her side? I'm not taking sides. Yes, you are. I'm just saying, apologies make everything better. Then why doesn't she apologize to me? If you couldn't you just see this from my side? I thought we were friends. I mean, yeah. She's right. You left me alone in Japan by myself. I thought we were friends too. I mean, I think we are friends. Is that not true? No, I didn't mean it like that. I just... That I have to pick you over Zendaya? No. That you have to, like, listen to me when I'm telling you that this woman kind of screwed me over, the person who gets lost, and it's, like, first time in Japan without anyone else but, like, these two people that I'm coming with. Like, can you realize that this is a fucked up situation? Like, I'm sorry, but this is so upsetting to me because, no. I have a right to be upset, and Sandaria is being a dick about it. If it, like, the most offensive part of this is that Sandaria was the one who offered that I come to Japan with them. I could have said no. In fact, my first reaction was to be like, oh, I'm so happy for you. I didn't even choose the jealous option of like, oh, I wish I could go with you. It's like, no, I told them that I was happy for them and that I hope that they enjoy themselves, and they invited me, and then they screwed me by doing this shit, and I'm very upset about this. Because, like, literally, you put me in this position. You put me literally in this position, and then I'm the one who has to apologize when she's a dick to me. Like, there are so many things wrong with this situation. No, I mean, yes, you're my friend, and that's pretty much what I was just doing, wasn't it? I'm so sorry, Effie. That was terrible of me. I feel like crap right now. Like, I mean, you say that I'm back into a corner and whatever, but like, oh, stop it, T. Come on, you're not a bad person. You're just upset. But I don't know what else to tell you. I can't be who you need me to be right now. In the meantime, do you want to come to dinner with us today? No, just pick me up from this place. I want to go back to Sandaria's apartment. I'll be alone. You sure? Yes. Yes, I'm sure. That would be my reaction too. Okay, we're on our way to pick you up now. Okay. Dick. Still angry about it, by the way. See you soon. I'm coming for you, T. Just wait. Oh, I can't. Weird. Is there like new stuff? Oh, Cherry. Hi. Hey, good morning, is it? Yeah, that's right. How you doing? Not great. I need a real friend right now. At your service! So what do you want to talk about? I got in a fight with Zandaria and Effie. I tried to talk to them about what happened, and now they're both mad at me. I don't get it. I'm sorry. What are they even mad about? Zandaria says I'm being selfish or something, and Effie thinks that it's all my fault I don't get along with Zandaria. She wants me to apologize. I guess I should. I don't really know what I'm even supposed to be sorry for, though. That's messed up. They haven't apologized to you? Hey, wait, you're right. They ditch me. Why am I the one who has to do all the apologizing? Exactly. I wish I was there with you. I knocked some sense into them. Or we could hang out just the two of us. We can't make it if we try. Just the two of us. That would be the dream. Hey, do you think I can call you? That would be really nice. Actually, let me dial you. My cell phone doesn't work, but there's a landline back in Sandarias. Okay, when you get back there, hang up right away and I'll call you back. 69 for the win. You don't want to rack up a long distance bill or her phone, right? Or do I? No, I don't do that. Nah, your idea is better. I actually feel bad about if she pays her own bills and if her parents do it's meaningless as revenge. I don't think I'm taking the high road here. Maybe I just want Sandaria's number from prank calls. You're so bad. Revenge is a dish best circle, my dear. Remind me to never cross you. Talk to you when you get to her apartment. Thanks for everything. We're meant to leave for so much more, but we lost ourselves. We'll talk on the phone later. Oh, now we can move. Yeah, let's move. Oh, I need to, end the month. I can't read Japanese. Are we back at home? We're back at home! Let's see. Oh, there's, the last post was this from Nevada Town? Then... Wait, no, we read this. These three are the ones. So two Terranova and this one from okay. The first time ever I got to hear her voice. It wasn't the best timing, but when she talked, it was like she was... We're gonna talk in a second. I'm reading this shit. Look, my romance is happening, and I don't want to deal with you right now. Like, I'm dealing with my special romance. like we were sitting beside each other and there was no distance at all. First we were crying and then we were laughing, and just for a moment, I reached out my hand to see if she was there. Is that stupid? Maybe. I kinda like being stupid for once. Aw, this is so Athena style. Just saying. And wait, I need to make a new post. Okay, let's see for us what we wrote. How was Japan? Well, I was hoping that Japan would be everything I'd seen in anime. I mean, obviously it's not, but I wish I had studied more Japanese before I went. I had this idea that even if I didn't know the language, I'd be able to get around, and that's sort of true, but it's really, really easy to get lost. And when people try to give me direction, all I could do is nod and say hi, hi, as if I knew what they were talking about, and I totally didn't. Yeah, that's why you take like a map or something too. Maybe I should just major in Japanese in college. That way, when I go back, if I go back, I can at least ask for directions. I wish Cherry was there with me. That way, if Sandaria and Effie went to do a thing, Cherry and I could hang out or play games. Or gotten totally lost, lol. I bought her a gag CD. Oh god, really? She's a Gag fan, of course she once told me she thinks Gag is sexy, so I hope she likes his music too. Listened to it at the store and it reminded me of a roleplay. I wish that Effie and I had spent more time together. We talked about going to all music stores and pouring through J-Rock CDs together, but we didn't really get to do that. And I had already planned everything in advance. Anytime I'd make a suggestion, she'd say, oh, but I have a reservation for, and then Effie would just be gone. I mean, sure, I wasn't a total party pooper, but most of the time I was hanging out in Sandaria's apartment online because I didn't want to spend all my money on fashion. Gag jump scare, gag jump scare. Don't get me wrong, I like fashion, just, you know, it's not my thing. I'm sorry, I know that wasn't the update you all probably wanted. You probably wanted a, whoa, this was so cool, and lots of photos and stories and stuff, but all I can think about is the stuff I wish I had done differently. Maybe I'll change in a few weeks, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's understandable, girl. You didn't, like, you know, that just wasn't your, wait, did we read this one? No, I think we didn't read this one. Okay, I think the two terranova ones we didn't read. And... yeah, what do you want? Something terrible has happened. I don't know who to talk to about it too. Can we talk? Sure, do you want me to call you? Yeah, I'd like that. Alright, hold on. Okay, I'm calling you now. Talk to you soon. Okay. Welcome back. Happy to be back on American soil. Oh, yeah. I was about to write a post about the whole debacle that was Japan. Sorry it turned out like that. Still, wish I could have been there with you. Yeah, me too. But hey, I got you presents. Aw, you're too sweet. No, you. God, just date, you gay idiots. About that. Something up? No, not really. I mean, yeah, kinda. Why is it so hard to say? Let me guess. You had a fight with your mom? She found out she found out she has a secret twin sister who is also a villain, and she's going to face her for the final showdown. That's rad, but no. You're quitting school? You're dropping out to start a flower show, but it's actually a front for a group of gorgeous male assassins? How do you know? I love getting in boys with questionable pasts. I picked out their codenames and everything. They're all gonna be cats. Lucky guess. Okay, but seriously. You're not who you say you are. You're secretly a cop who went undercover as a high school girl, but fell in love with your partner and now don't know how to win his affections. So you are a cop? Hey, you just made me spit out my drink. No, I'm not a cop. That's what a cop would say. Damn. Just give me a sec. I like you. I mean, more than in just a friend's way. So answer. Oh, how do I answer these? Like the tension has been here for like I don't know 2 months of this fucking game. Aw, me too. Really, you really held me together when I was freaking out in Japan, and I like that about you. Your strength and your kindness. Oh, you're welcome. Maybe you're thinking like we're just friends. I think I want more than that. Yeah. Yeah, so what do you say? Yeah. Oh my god, I'm really happy. I'm so terrified. Man, hashtag relatable. Let's do it. Let's date. Let's be internet girlfriends. It's not that simple. Why, you're not going to turn into a zodiac animal when we hug, are you? Fruit basket jump scare. Knock it off with the anime reference already. I have so many things rolling around in my head, I don't need more. I'm happy to listen. That's what I'm here for. But also, what with the fruit basket, like, jump scare? So, first, I'm still part of a church, I still live in the sticks, and my mom is still my mom, and I don't have enough money to buy a plane ticket. We can work out if it's long distance. I mean, it's not like it stops us being friends, right? Well, no. But being girlfriends isn't the same. How do we date? How do we hold hands? Here, take your left hand. Okay? And hold it with your right hand. Give it a squeeze. That's from me. Oh, that's cute though. That's cute. I was holding my hand. I mean, you were. Ah, why are you so cute? Yeah, okay, well, let's talk about the church then. Tell me about your church then. I don't think I'd be able to go. Gay people are mistakes and God doesn't make mistakes. Carol, you just have a lot of internalized homophobia, is right. You're not a mistake. What would happen if you didn't go? If I don't go, God will forsake me, my family would forsake me, my community will forsake me. I mean, that's a little exaggerated. I'm sure that there's queer people around you that are just, you know, in the closet. It's 2004, girl. I actually like feeling like I'm not a lonely piece of trash. Like I have some kind of purpose here. But if it's just our secret, it's not like your whole congregation needs to know. God would still know. And it's probably gonna come out in confession anyway. I'm so going to hell for this. Girl, I promise you hell is not real. And before somebody is like, no, hell is totally real. Look, Jewish people do not believe in hell. Jesus was Jewish. Ergo, by its mere creation, any religion that follows Jesus as the Messiah cannot believe in hell because Jesus did not believe in hell. Like, there's not even a reference of hell in any part of, like, the Bible. Hell is earth, exactly. No, but seriously, like, I read the Bible. There's no reference of hell in any section. The closest thing that there is a reference to souls being destroyed. And to be fair, you could also, like, read that as, like, you know, when, like, it's a cycle of reincarnation and eventually you just, like, bypass it because you're, like, learn all that you needed to learn from reincarnation, you just, like, stop reincarnated. Like, you could read it in the same way that you read that, the way that it's written. Like, it talks about souls being destroyed, but also you can read it that other way. So basically, there's no hell. So, bitch, don't worry about it. Well, I'm a heathen, so you'll be in good company. We can roast marshmallows together. I'm just gonna say I got a boyfriend. I'll sort the rest out between me and him. If you need to talk, let me know. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about your mom. Hashtag your mom. She cares about me, but it makes her worry sometimes. If I told her I'm gay, she'd freak out and blame herself and probably take away my computer. That's awful. I mean, girl, I'm more worried about the conversion camps. There's a lot of things she doesn't know about me. I hate to say that, but it only make her worry more. And now I have a driver's license. Now I have a driver's license, so I can go places on my own. If you come up here, we can go out. So no hell, breaks phone and skateboard. Yeah, pretty much. Sometimes I wish I could be a boy. That would make this so much easier. You could be a boy or a girl, whatever. I still like you. Ah yes, bisexual icon tourmaline. Thanks, you're a good person, you know that? The nicest godless hidden you'll ever meet. Lol. I might not be there with you, but at least I'll be holding your hand. Yeah. Confess your crush to Cherry. Aww. I still got some time before the weekend ends. Wanna roleplay? Both enhance your rose. With your blushes established. Oh, I couldn't. Oh, please, my lady, I insist. Well, if you insist. That's where you start a roleplay with your partner. Will you play Father Castellano for me, pretty please? Sure. What's the thing with Effie? I'm going to call her. How's Daria, by the way? Find something else to do for now. Okay. I guess Effie will talk us back when we finish the call. Night had fallen on the parish, and the church bells tolled the evening prayer for all the devotees. Dominic made his way to the main hall early. As Father Castellano's voice rang through the hall, he bent his head against the prayer bench obediently. "Tonight we'll be having a special sermon on forgiveness," he began, beginning with chapter Matthew 6:14-15, the son of pages turning. "For if you forgive other people when they sin against you, the Heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you do not forgive others their sins, your Father will not forgive your sins." Look at you and your Matthew verses. Hey, I looked it up just for this. Stop being cute. I will not. Dominic knew this one well. It was of the Father's favorite verses. We so easily can find the fault in others that we do not find in ourselves. I ask you, is there someone's sins here tonight that you have failed to forgive? He still drifted to Ethan, then snapped back to the present. No, he mustn't lose his resolve. As the clergy filed into the aisles, Dominic approached the stage. Father Castellano, a moment of your time. A slow smile spread across his face, like that of a snake which found its prey. "Certainly, my child, come." He beckoned Dominic towards the, green room. "Sacristy? Yes, that. Lol." He followed him in silence. As the door shut behind them both, he took a deep breath. Right, this isn't like the era where you could Google everything. I mean, you could, but also, like, Wikipedia wasn't really as it used to be. As it is right now, if anything. So I'll get to the point. I have recently heard... Oh, wait, I forgot to read the verse. He followed him in silence. As the door shut behind them both, he took a deep breath. So I'll get to the point. I have recently heard some troubling news about the Outreach program. I thought we could clear up, just you and me. And what news have you heard, my child? Dominic met the father's eyes. "That is just the two of us." "We can make it if we try, just the two of us." He placed a long, bony finger on his cheek. "Yes?" He hadn't expected him to confess this fast. "The order is giving us money to help find survivors from the bombings. It should cover the expenses of 15 men. "So it was you who snuck into my office," he replied. "I don't blame you. If you accuse me, I confess. But I did this not out of malice, but out of familial love." Family. When Obsidian held his hand, for the first time he felt wanted, even though the good father was the one who had raised him. "You have a demon inside you. It needs to feed to be appeased. As so, out of familial love, I made a solution that would work for us," he said. "You were able to do whatever you wanted out there to keep it fed, no witnesses and no judgment. And when you came back covered in filth, it was I who comforted you." But he was with him, he felt so guilty, like he should be more grateful, more understanding of how generous the good father was being. But he reminded himself these were scraps. Then what was in it for you exactly? He looked offended, grasping his rosary. After all I've done for you, take you in, taught you how to tame that beast inside you, you dare doubt me. You said a solution that would work for us. You presented me with my part, but have left out yours. I assume money, but something tells me there's something more. Am I wrong? You failed to see how much I've sacrificed for you and for the parish. The order will be safer once I become Archbishop. The only way that would happen is if the Archbishop was incapable of attending to his duties. Dominic cut him off. He became quiet, troubling for a man who always seemed to have the right words in the right place. My child, the Archbishop has passed on the same day as the new Novan Guard. What? Dominic couldn't conceal his shock. The Archbishop was dead. It could have been weeks since Obsidian body was discovered. It had been weeks, rather. The congregation should have been notified immediately. He knew the father was hiding something dark that he was tiptoeing around, hoping that Dominic would leave and he'd keep the secret dead and buried. Perhaps he should appeal to his ego. Father, I know what you tell me in situations like this, he said. You would tell me to unload my burdens. A sin confessed is one that can be forgiven. The expectations of the order weigh heavy on me, he admitted. It is not easy to be the head priest, but everything I have done, even if it has cost others their life, I feel like it should be written differently, has been part of God's plan for us. He turned to Dominic, a blank, dark look. Would you like to know his plan? Yes, he did not want to know. Narrator, he did not. Father Castilian stepped closer to him, backing Dominic against the wall. Before I came to the parish, we were surviving off the scraps of measly thieving, but in times of crisis our fate grows. So it fell to me to make a crisis. Fear spiked in him, and feathers raised at the back of his neck. Wait, a bombing. A bombing, he repeated. His hand slowly traveled up Dominic's vestments. Are we getting to some dubcon? Well, I guess non-con. Something that causes loss of life on a grand scale. Something that couldn't be ignored. Would cause people to turn to God for comfort because their days were spent in fear that they would be next. So I hired some enterprising men to make me some. So that was your plan. Concern yourself less with my plans and more with God's plans, the father spat. As a result of his grace, the order has become what it has. The Archbishop was useless, calling for summit southern investigation. I entreated him to reconsider. The refugees didn't need to be rehomed, only provided just enough comfort to keep them at the church long term. He disagreed. God spoke to me again that night, at the expense of others' lives. And calling it God's plan, the father was a worse monster than he'd ever imagined. The Archbishop is an old man. He keeps to his chambers. It was easy to steal there in the middle of the night, take a pillow, and he sighed. Had that guard not been killed the same day, his plan would have run smoothly along. Instead, the Terranovan government is breathing down our necks. Like a hawk, his eyes flickered to Dominic's hand, which bore the ruby-inset ring Obsidian had given him. Now I seem to remember that they wore something like this. Oh, really? You put on the ring? Really? You should have hidden it in like a pocket or something. He tried to turn away, but the father's elbow dug into his chest, pinning him to the wall. Oh no, my child, you were there, weren't you? Dominic said nothing. The demon had to be fed, and you decided to do it within the parish walls, he said. How many times have I told you to go outside to do your dirty work? That's not what happened. Whether it is or not matters not. All that matters is that you seem to be in the same situation as me. The father grinned, baring his teeth. I could give the Terranovan government what they want. A killer, he said, unless you'd like to join me. What? With your monstrous powers and my new position, the Order of the Hand will secure itself as a permanent seat of power in Ordania. I know the difference between right and wrong. You told me that, father, he said. This is wrong. Then, my child, you are no longer part of the plan. Father Gonzalez, the Terranovas do not care if their killer is alive or dead. He grabbed Dominic's throat and bore down on it, pressing his knee into his stomach. Ooh. Suddenly and violently, the air was forced out of his lungs. He let out a strangled gasp and grabbed at the father's wrists. His grip was strong. He could break it if he was... No. He would end this without violence. You don't scare me, he gasped. Even though I'm choking the life out of you, you're weak, father. Angrily, Dominic spit in his face. The father seemed to relax his grip and... The door slammed open, hitting the father squarely in the shoulder and sending the both of them to the floor. Ethan was standing in the doorway, wearing a patient's gown soaked in sweat. Behind him stood Sister Castile and another nun. Alright, enough playtime. Ethan! Dominic scrambled up from the floor. You didn't have to come. I can handle this on my... Of course I know that, you ass, he panted. Just thought the order might want a record of your bravery. He held up an electronic box. The Archbishop is an old man. He keeps to his chambers. It was easy to steal there in the middle of the night, take a pillow, and Ethan grinned lopsidedly. I thought this one was crazy when he begged me to accompany him to evening services, Sister Castile said. Father, you're a criminal. Sister, please. The father interrupted. The order is the last bastion of faith in this fallen world. Were it to fall, it would plunge the world into darkness. It is my responsibility as head priest to defend our parish. Dominic grabbed the father by the shoulders, dragging him up from the floor. You have killed hundreds of people and pushed Ardania to the brink of war with Terranova, all for your petty advances which you claim is for the good of the parish. The number of clergy behind Ethan was growing. Sister Castile's hands were white. My aunt lived in Redmark. She lost her life to your greed. Another member of the clergy piped up. And my father was blinded by sharpener blast. For the greater good, Father Castiliano said, but his voice was drowned out by the clergy. Dominic led him from the sacristy into the hands of the clergy. Hold on, my mom's calling me. Yeah, no problem. Is everything okay? I hope everything is okay. I'll check back in later. Hey, you seem really upset on the phone. I didn't really get the context where we talked, just that you were upset. Can we talk more here? Hey, Effie. Effie. Am I a bad person? I have to be for this to have happened. Friends don't do this to friends. What's going on? Oh, sure, like you don't know. I really don't. That's why I asked. The dress that I made, that I spend months on every day after school. There's a huge slash in it. Zendaya just sent me photos. No, I'm sure. And she told you I did it? Come on, that's super suspicious. You were at her apartment when things were going sideways in Japan, and she was planning to wear the dress for a shoot today. What reason would she have to have cut it up? She was crying. Well, yeah, I was in her room, but Effie, you know me. Even if I was pissed, there's no way that I would destroy your dress. You worked so hard on it. Do I? I thought we both weren't into drinking, and then you post drunk on Lime Journal. I thought we both were into romance, but I see how you talk about Cherry, and I just don't know anymore. Look, Effie, I hate to break this to you, but drinking once doesn't mean that I'm an alcoholic. Dating a person doesn't mean that I just magically, like, stop not being, like, mainly into... Like, you can't just not be into romance and then you just find someone. Like, come on. And, like, you realize that why would I do that? Like, why? Why would I do that? I'm still me. I'm still your friend. Stop it, T. You're hurting me. Well, I don't know what else to tell you. You want me to confess to something I didn't do? Sandaria's a snake in the grass. She waited until we were gone up and cut up your dress. I want you to apologize. To me and to Sandaria for ruining her shoot and for ruining my life. Yeah, well, I'm sorry that happened. I'm also sorry that your precious friend is a liar. I'm sorry you feel that way. Please apologize, Tourmaline. Then we can all go back to the way it was before. No, I won't. I'm not gonna apologize for something I didn't do. No, I won't apologize. I didn't do it, and frankly, I can't believe you suspect me. Things aren't gonna go back to the way they used to be. Oh boy. I still want to be your friend, Effie. I still want to be yours too. But not if you're like this every time I get a new friend. Bye, Tourmaline. Bye. She's gonna learn this lesson the hard way, huh? I don't want to talk to her now. Yeah, you and I need to talk also, bitch. Speaking of, thank you for being online. So? I make the faces. You're supposed to ask me what's up. Okay, what's up? Nothing. What's up with you? Why did you lie? I didn't lie. Yes, you did. You took a knife and cut that dress open. That dress you worked so hard on. Sorry, but what? I didn't touch that dress. It had to have been you. That's not what I remember. You must remember a different version of the truth, instead of the one where you prevented Effie and I from hanging out at every turn, and then blame me. Have you ever considered that you're the bad friend and Effie's just being nice? I'm going to... She's so lucky that I feel bad that she definitely has an eating disorder, because I would fucking slap her on the face right now. That's not true. Oh, come on, girl, you can say that it's not true. I'm sorry, I'm just being honest. Effie told me you stopped talking to her in middle school because you started hanging out with this dude. She told me you turned into a different person. Oh god, I hate this shit. And now you're doing the exact same with Cherry. I'm leaving. You don't care about sewing or fashion. You're not interested in getting to know her. You just want her as a backup in case your other friendships fail. Don't chat me again. Honestly, this is very rude because, like, you can't just not be into the same things your friend is and still be friends. It's just like, you know, you just... Like, it's a classic, like, I'm not into this thing, but you're very enthusiastic about it, so I want to hear you talk about the thing because it makes me happy that you're happy and enthusiastic about the thing. And then, you know, you repeat that, and like you learn a little bit of stuff that you didn't know about, and maybe you don't care about it, but you're putting in the effort to like understand why the other person likes it, and that's important because you can't always like the same things everybody likes, but you can put in the effort to be like, oh, so this is why you like it, which I think is more valuable. Like, it's more valuable to just be able to just relate to, like, not relate, but like, to be able to share something that you don't like because it makes the other person happy, or like you don't care about, or like you're not that interested in, than just trying to find someone who you like the exact same, all of the exact same things always. You're not always gonna be in agreement with everything. But what's important is being able to appreciate the other person's opinions and likes. Like, that's more valuable, long term. Hey, Cherry. Guess who's having a bad time? Sorry, I logged off so suddenly. My mom opened my door and was like, Mom, Cherry, are you doing homework? Me, yes, totally has roleplay and drawing. Up for some more? Sorry, no, I feel like total garbage. What happens? Effie thinks I ruined her dress. Sandaria does too, and she says I'm a bad friend. And everyone thinks I suck and they're going to leave me. And I'm gonna end up all alone. What the fuck? Why would they say that? I don't know. I didn't do anything wrong. And I keep telling them that. And they just... They were like this last month. I didn't say anything because I knew you were all really close, but fuck them. You said better than that. Do I? Sandaria said when you and I started dating, I abandoned Effie somehow. Maybe I changed too much. You're allowed to date. You're allowed to change. There's nothing wrong with you. Really? Really? I mean, yeah. But T, I can't let this slide. They mess with you. They mess with me. We have beef now. No, you don't have to. Really. I don't want to drag you into this mess. You're not the one who dragged me in. That was all Sandaria. But if you go after her, Effie will know that I told you. Please, please, please promise me you'll keep it out of it. Sorry, I can't promise that. But I'll do what I can to make things right between you and Effie. Aw, thank you, Cherry. Just so you know, there's at least one person on this earth who think you're pretty great. Aw. Gonna go to dinner, but I'll talk to you soon, okay? Okay. Oh. Hey, Cherry, I wanted to say thanks. I'll talk more later. Well. You know, teenage flashbacks. Is anyone having teenage flashbacks? I'm having teenage flashbacks. Though it's funny because I wasn't 18 until 2010. So this is like even younger for me. Like this is something that would be if I was much younger. Okay, we have 2 terranova posts to read. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your unfailing love, according to your great compassion, blot out my transgression, wash away all my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. Psalms 51:1-2. It was deja vu. Entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, watched as red ribbons of blood swirl down the drain. He drew in a shuddering breath, then pushed it out, flecks of crimson done in the mirror. He remembered everything. The feeling of pressing the breath right out of him, the look in his eyes as they rolled up into his head, the grinding sound of his fingers against his teeth, they were gone, swallowed up by the beast. Oh, you literally ate his fingers. Okay, good. What's a little non-consensual cannibalism between not boyfriends? The time he'd eaten the scavenger, he squeezed his eyes shut. Lord. The time he'd eaten the scavenger, he'd promised himself that was the last time. And again, when he'd returned from the chasm, nursing his injured foot, that was his last too. He'd always believed it was a demon who had cursed him. He took Obsidian's red ring out of his pocket. Changeling. Not a demon. He was born like this. Renton Dominic, the priest who was a monster. He was a monster who'd taken the shape of a helpless priest. He sucked in a breath, strained it out, and then broke down. The Lord reveals our truth, and these were his. He was a changeling. He had a sibling who was dead, killed by someone he trusted. He was in love with a murderer. He was a murderer. Something inside him told him, look up, and so he did. He barely recognized his own face. His eyes were sunken and his lips bright red. Feathers prickled on the sides of his face, red and black melding with blonde curls. And yet, it was him. Despite everything, it's still you. Hashtag despite everything, it's still you. I can't ask for your forgiveness, my lord, he said in a halting voice, but perhaps I can ask you for strength. The strength to confront his dear mentor, Father Castiliano. The strength to see Ethan again, even after what he did to him. The strength to accept himself. He turned the ring over in his finger. Was what you call me, he said. I'm afraid I don't recognize them anymore, but I'm willing to learn. He slid the ring onto his finger. He was overcome with a sense of peace, as if Obsidian was standing beside him, their hand on his shoulder. I'm going to talk to him. I'm not doing this your way, or Ethan's way. We're going to end this my way. No violence. He wiped his lips clean on his handkerchief and straightened it up once more. Thank you, Lord. Oh god, my throat. I'm drinking water inconsistently, but like I really need to get used to reading this much text constantly. Man, this is the problem with doing visual novels. It's like there's so much to read. It's time. Isaiah stepped onto the raised crystal dais. He wasn't used to being the center of attention. While he would have preferred the conversation to be in a more private location, Evelyn and her attendants left him little opportunity. Below him were pews upon pews of Silver Spring elves dressed in their fineries, quartz circles, black linens, and beaded head coverings. From time to time, they stole backward glances at the ornate door at the opposite end of the hall. Scenes, rumors, rituals. There had to be a logical explanation for this. He would set things straight, and they would leave this uncomfortable crystal church together. Get back on the road. You know, I just noticed something. The entire we've been doing this storyline like separately in a way, and it's kind of like I just noticed like it's just paralleling the things that are happening. Like Zendaria's character is taking Effie's character like by lying and not being honest into this situation that might kill them probably. I'm going to assume that death is upon these two, while Cherry and Tourmaline are just trying to figure out their shit in the best way that works for them, while in the process kind of like fucking themselves over because figuring out shit is difficult, which is literally what's happening with them getting into a relationship and everything. Like it's just paralleling the things that are happening to the actual like role players in the role play. Just like they always had. The door swung open. Hikaru's signature cloak was gone. His dark curly hair was pulled back in a thick braid twined with threads of gold and quartz. He wore a black lace and leather jacket and a tulle accent that barely swept the floor behind him. His cyborg ears had been hidden by black crow feathers. It was hard to believe he was the same person who'd clean a fresh-caught squirrel in front of him. He strode down the hallway, beaming. Isaiah! Hikaru, he waved. What is going to happen? How long is it going to take? We should really get back to Terranova. The sooner the better, he thought. Isaiah didn't much care for Silver Spring and its strange customs. At the base of the stairs leading up to the platform, Hikaru paused and looked up at him. His eyes were large and his cheeks tinged with pink. Wow, you look incredible. Isaiah was caught off guard for a moment, caught between his own impatience and the elf's charm. Yes, I do, don't I? A bit, as you do. Isaiah beckoned him closer, and the elf obliged. He cupped his hand, leaning low, though he knew the two of them were completely exposed to the eyes of the crowd below. Hikaru, I do not want to sound rude, but this talk about vessels and summoning makes me uncomfortable. Look, I need you to trust me, Hikaru said, lowering his voice. I may not have been completely honest with you, but I promise. Isaiah scoffed. How exactly could Hikaru demand his trust and also admit he'd lied in the same breath? If you have something you need to tell me, there is no time like the present. Isaiah, would you sacrifice a small group of people if you knew it would save thousands? Normally, I would be overjoyed to discuss philosophy with you, but I am not in the mood. What is this about? Hikaru opened his mouth, but it was Elder Marina who spoke. Citizens of Silver Spring, we are gathered here today to witness a miracle. Master Takeda, previously cast out of the Silver Spring family for his grievous sin, has returned to us a champion and a vessel for our beloved Isra. He has brought us to require 50 sacrifices needed to summon her to this very temple and save us all from Mount Issa's fiery wrath. Two attendants walked down the aisle, carrying crystal platters of Hikaru's deeds, human body parts, clippings of hair, and the severed head of obsidian. When he saw their sunken cheeks and grey pallid face, his question was answered as reality crashed rudely into philosophy. Was this what he meant by sacrifice? In the realm of the hypothetical, it seems so benign. Obvious even. Clearly the Tosans were more important, but just as clearly, Isaiah could see how plainly wrong this was. He may have preferred the prouding transistor to the humbler neuron, but it was never about calculation and cold-heartedness. It was about overcoming his limitations. It was about freedom. Whatever this ritual was, Isaiah realized he no longer wanted any part of it. His stomach turned. I need to leave. I think I should leave. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before, but Hikaru swept a hand across the tray. Would you have even believed me that you and I can save the people of Silver Spring? A volcanic eruption will happen soon, and because of livelihoods depend on this quartz mine, we can't leave. We need the power of the goddess to save us. You're right, I would not believe you. Even if you could, summoning a goddess will not stop the inevitable. You can't possibly be thinking of leaving. People died to make this happen. Obsidian, Lycia... He froze, realizing he just let it slip. At first, Isaiah was puzzled. Lycia? What did she have to do with... And then the stinging realization hit him like an arrow. And Hikaru said she was okay. He thought back. No, his exact words had been, you don't have to worry about her. No, Hikaru, no one died for this moment. You killed for it. There is a difference. Anger pulsed through his veins, and the crystalline core hummed in tune with his boiling blood. How long had he gone deceiving him? She tried to hurt you. I did what was needed to protect you. His friend stared him down, a determined look in his eyes, but his hands were shaking. He continued, "You did not do this for me. You did this for you. It was for me. If it was for me, you would have told me about it. I did not come here to be your scapegoat or to be your sacrificial lamb." He offered him a hand. "I came here to be your friend. Let us go. Do not waste any more of your time on these people. They do not respect you." The words hurt more than when Obsidian's claws were dug deep into his chest. He heard the soft chanting of the elders. The trays had been set on the altars. It seemed that they were intent on going through with the ritual, whether or not he or Isaiah were ready. If he could keep him here just a little longer, just a little, he might be able to have both, his family and his Isaiah. "Isaiah, I want to be with you." Maybe he read the words out. "Maybe you don't understand all the parts of me that have been replaced, but you say yourself, I'm Theseus' ship, I'm still me." He took his hand on his and knelt, just as he had before when he proposed their friendship. "Oh, you're right, Hikaru. I do not understand the parts you are replacing." "Only the power of a deep bond can wash away the most grievous of sins," he said softly. "My family, the Takedas, have been elders since the time of Isra. I was the next in line to receive this great honor, but then, during my initiation hunt, I hesitated. I didn't shoot, and for my cowardice, my father, the chief elder, died. And so I was cast out. I've been alone for so long. I thought I had carved out this hesitation from my heart in the wilds." He looked up, deep into Isaiah's eyes. "But then I met you, and I became afraid again of losing you." He stared back. His face was impassive, but his words were just the opposite. "I am afraid, too, of losing you, and of what you have become." "Isaiah, it's begun. It won't take long, and after this is over." Hikaru gestured to the skylight, where the clouds of a gathering tempest brewed. The brilliant quartz crystal ceiling was slowly turning a rose pink. "You and I will be mortal gods. We can do whatever we want. Camp underneath the stars, drink as much bean juice as we want, get a motel." He smiled, a hopeful smile. "Then you see it? The future we could have together?" Yeah, how about no? How about no? How about no? Behind Isaiah, the crystal through in which Hikaru's trophies had been placed were dissolving back into blood and sinew that fed the quartz. No longer was the crowd looking at them, but the streaks of red shooting up through the walls like spidery veins. Isaiah shook his head. "We did those things already, all of it. We did not have to kill it for it. You did not have to kill for it. And now Obsidian is dead, and Terranova and Ordania will surely start a war." He stood and held Isaiah's hands in his. His skin was prickling from the massive amount of energy he felt vibrating from the temple. Or was it him? "And you see the way they hate each other? They would find a way to start a war eventually, and if I didn't do this, my people and our livelihood would die." His face slowly twisted into a sad smirk. Isaiah was naive. He'd been trapped in his ivory tower for so long, where he kept his nose out of trouble and his hands... Oh god, and this is so much text. And his hands clean. It must be nice to not have to confront the reality of this world. That in order to survive, others must die. I didn't come here to be lectured, least of all by a killer. I'm leaving. You're welcome to join me, if you can find your way off your high horse. He felt a burning sensation at the back of his skull. "No, Isaiah, you're not going anywhere." Isaiah let go of Hikaru's hand, walked past him, stepped over the dais, and turned around. When he did, he saw a most remarkable sight. Blood-red veins were crawling up the side of the crystal hall, and above them, lightning shot across the sky. He was a believer in neither alchemy nor magic, but he could not form a rationalization for this. He had not seen electrical generators in Silver Spring that would be sizable enough to produce this kind of storm, nor did he understand why the walls looked like it was made of skin and veins. This was impossible. And then, quartz began to gather at Hikaru's feet, at his feet. He stepped back and the crystals shattered, but more grew in their place. "Hikaru, run!" he yelled, but Hikaru wasn't running. In fact, he was aiming an arrow at him. Confused and fearful murmurs erupted from the onlookers. "Don't move," he yelled. His voice reverberated through the silent hall. Isaiah's mouth went dry. "Hikaru, why do you have your weapon drawn?" Don't leave. Don't interrupt the ritual. The cold-blooded murderer Hikaru. Now he could imagine the fear his victims felt. How Lysia felt before he murdered her. He took another step back, and a neon blue arrow whizzed by his shoulder, embedding itself in a pew. He stopped his retreat. The air crackled beneath him, and sentient crystals rose to encase his feet. The crystalline core was vibrating with uncertainty and fear. It ached in his chest. Hikaru had him cornered. He couldn't move without being fired at, and he needed to move to stop the quartz's advance. He could try using the crystalline core, but even he didn't know the limits yet. He had left the parish in such a rush that he hadn't run the proper test. He could easily overheat and fry his internal organs. He looked back up at him, his face impassive. Hikaru, is this really what you want? Can I have both? You are threatening me to get what you want. No, Hikaru's fingers twitched on the bowstrings. I don't want to threaten you. The pink quartz was rapidly climbing on Bisayas' legs. The stones were stronger than he initially thought. He strained to take a step backwards. Internal organs or not, if he didn't try it, they wouldn't be his much longer. The core began to purr, then to hum. Then put your bow down. But then you leave. Yes. Sweat was beading on his forehead like a bad fever breaking out. I don't want you to leave. I wanted you to choose me. Well? He closed his eyes. The core groaned and his chest ached. The crystal was at his waist. Not much longer until it consumed here. He could say yes, he could become a vessel for the great Israel's beloved, to be the god of elves and parade around with Hikaru and pretend like the war wasn't happening. They could drink coffee around the campfire while Dominic's throat was slit by Terranovan insurgents, and Ethan's was put on trial for crimes against his country. It could save him, and Hikaru. But then, he realized with a jolt, if Hikaru didn't realize he was responsible for his own actions, he was past saving. I don't. Twang. The impact of the arrow colliding with a massive resonant neon blue shield shook his very insides. A loud pulse drummed through his ears, and he looked down next to the broken arrow next to... What? I feel like this is badly written. Were shattered pieces of rose quartz. His chest ached a deep, dull pain as his skin broke out in goosebumps. The goosebumps. From what he wasn't sure, his guts overheating or his best friend shooting at him. The bow clattered to the ground and Hikaru reached out to him, crystals enveloping his outstretched arm. I am so sorry. He looked just like the goddess in the fountain. He turned his back and ran. Of that forsaken mountains and those cursed mines, Isaiah ran as fast as his legs could carry him, and didn't stop until he unceremoniously collided into a tree from exhaustion. He looked up at the sky. Noon. He had been running for over 3 hours. He pulled from his stretch coat a thumbnail-sized scar, which he inserted into his wrist. A LED display popped out with internal temperature, AKG, damage indicators. His temperature was abnormally high, and he needed to recharge soon, but other than that, no permanent damage. No permanent damage. His mind was spinning. This had to be some kind of dream. An odd one, but he would wake up soon with Hikaru smiling over him, and Lycia. And Obsidian, well, they weren't smiling, but at least they were still alive. Their lives together had been just one big scheme to resurrect Israel and her beloved. How could he have been so stupid? How could he have read him so wrong? He won many mahjong games from reading others, and yet Hikaru had him completely fooled. What being in love does to motherfucker. Also fuck Mayong. He would call him a genius if he weren't so angry. For confessing to him and manipulating him in the same breath. For being cheerful and breezy on the outside when he was slowly carving away pieces of his humanity on the inside for the benefit of foolish cultists. For being the soft-hearted Hikaru and the cold-hearted killer in the same person. He thought back to their shared meals together, how Hikaru had fallen asleep on Isaiah's shoulder after pitching the tent and preparing dinner, and how Isaiah had to roll him up in a sleeping bag like a caterpillar because he was dead to the world and snoring loudly. He was so snugly wound when he woke up, he couldn't escape, and Isaiah had to extract him from his cozy prison. He placed his finger on his cheeks and felt wetness. The sky was clear and sunny. For the first time in a long time, he was crying. Aww. Can we make a new post? Thank you and sorry. Okay, let's see. Can I see him? He's still pretty worn out from yesterday, Sister Castile said. I'll ask him. Yesterday, Father Castiliano had been dragged from the sacristy into a makeshift holding cell, while his direct reports played the recorder in the main hall for the rest of the parish to bear witness to his crimes. Messengers were out to nearby towns to inform them of the news. As for Dominic, he endured an hours-long interrogation from the Terranovan government. He told them everything he knew, down to how he'd seen Hikaru kill Obsidian, as well as his relation to the new Novan. Hikaru was now a wanted man. Well, mostly. He'd left out the part about Ethan. Sister Castile returned. He asked me if you have bread. Dominic looked down at his hands, holding a linen wrapped parcel. Yeah, he said with a smile, I did. Ethan was propped up on the pillows, a book in his lap. He said nothing as Dominic settled down in the seat next to him and placed the bread next to him. They sat in awkward silence for a while. Dom, Ethan, they both looked away. I'm sorry, Dominic said. Yeah, me too. Ethan replied tiredly. He picked up the parcel and slowly, painstakingly began to unwrap it with his left hand. Let me help, Dominic started. Thanks. He bit into the bread and sighed. You really are a great baker. Thank you, Dominic said with a hopeful smile. Others had told him so, but it was somehow more meaningful coming from him. Ethan, I've been thinking, Dominic began, reaching out to brush a strand of Ethan's hair from his face. Can we have a do-over to before all of this? Ethan caught his hand in his and glared at him. A do-over? Don't make me laugh. We could do this a million times over and my fingers will still be gone. Let me be perfectly clear, Dom. My feelings toward you haven't changed. But not only have you taken away my livelihood, you've destroyed the only chance I had to live with the only person I truly trust out of creeping poverty. Yes, I lied to you. I'm sorry about for that. He flicked a cold gaze towards him. I trusted you for a brief moment, and you ruined me. Yeah, you literally took off his trigger finger. You really fucked up. Tears sprung to Dominic's eyes. He wanted to tell him that it wasn't him, to blame the demon inside of him, but the truth was they were the same person. Some part of him wanted Ethan to never be able to shoot a gun again. I'm sorry, he said again, pulling his hand away. I'm so sorry. Once I'm better, I'm going back to Nova City, see what kind of odd jobs I can find, Ethan said dully. Tears were rolling down his cheeks. Please don't leave, he whispered. Dominic, don't. Ethan put his bandaged hand over his face. From underneath his fingers came a soft voice, vulnerable, waterlogged. Don't make this any harder for me than it already is. Dominic held back a sob and nodded, wiping his face. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, thanks. Man. Everybody's having a bad time. Literally everyone is having a bad time. But you know what's not a bad time? Solitaire! Let's feel better with a little solitaire, shall we? I love that it's just doing parallels. I love that we're doing parallel city right now with the plot. Like the plot is very obviously paralleling itself and I find it fun. I find it fun that we're paralleling. I find it fun that I'm playing solitaire. I don't even know. I never liked solitaire either, so I don't know why I've become obsessed with playing solitaire in this game. It's just like solitaire is here, might as well play it. You know what I mean? Nine, another queen, a sick, really? Come on, give me something decent. Oh, wait, no, I need an 8. I absolutely needed that 8. Now I have to go through so many cards. Oh wait, I can use that 8. Another king. Oh, excellent. No, I'm gonna wait just in case. Wait, no, I should have done that. I'm dumb. Damn it. Why am I so stupid? Oh, hey, this is gonna simplify the entire thing. Thanks. Also, I can't believe Zendaya pulled that shit on me. I'm still upset about it. Come on, bitch. You're really pulling that shit on me? You're really gonna do that to me personally? Like, especially like after you leave. Like, you leave and then bitch is just like, oh yeah, you totally destroyed the dress that I made. Totally. That was totally not me manipulating the situation to come off like the good guy. Totally. That's totally what happened. Like, come on, bitch. You think, like, do you think that people are that dumb? I guess is the question. Like, do you think people are that stupid? And I guess maybe she does. Oh, I think I screwed myself. Hmm. Unless. No, I think I screwed myself. God damn it! I lost to solitaire. Oh well, that's in the month. Oh, September. Okay. Oh, it's gonna be my birthday. Oh, you're Obsidian. Hi. That's a good design for them. Okay, let's read the actual like people posts. I'm just in tears right now. Under the cut, if you wanna know. Zandaria sent me a photo of the dress, or at least what was left of it. It's totally, completely, unquestionably ruined. T is telling me Zandaria swears up and down that it's T. I don't know who to believe. These two people are such big parts of my entire existence that if something wrong here, that if something's wrong here, it will literally tear my soul apart from the inside out. Not figuratively, literally. I wanted this to work out and I wanted this to be good and amazing, and now I just want to fix everything so that it's the way that it was. And I don't even know where to start. And I'm rambling, and this isn't what anyone is used to seeing from me. And both Zendaya and T are telling me that I'm not me. And like, does that mean I'm the problem? Did I break this? If I weren't here, would T and Zendaya get along fine? Maybe it's me. No, girl. Like, literally, like, you're literally not. God fucking. Okay. For another special someone, you know who you are. You make yourself as thin as you want, but you're still a waste of space. I see through that mask of yours, and on the other side is a very punchable face. Watch your back, because if you don't, I'm coming after you. I hope you choke on a crepe and die. Cheer. Damn. Man, she's upsetty. She's upsetty. Ah. Okay, I'm a pretty drama-free person, so I do not understand why there's so much drama. Maybe I'm just unlucky. I don't have the time or energy to deal with this. It's awful what happens to Effie's dress. What's even awfuler is that Tourmaline is pointing the finger at me for having the audacity to tell my best friend that her dress is ruined. It's obvious that she had the motive and opportunity to do it while we were in Japan and she was hanging out in my apartment, which I should have never let her do if I had known she was this petty. And I have a photo shoot coming up and I'm stress eating from being literally accused for Sasebo slashing my friend's work of art and being threatened online. Of course, I'm supporting Effie through all of these weather friends for, but it's just sad to see so much unnecessary drama. I hope I can say that when we get through this, the other side is much brighter. Fingers crossed, you manipulative little shit. Oh, I hate you. I hate you. Okay, let's see what we post. Dear Cherry, I can't stop thinking about you. I can't focus in my classes. All I'm thinking about is the next time we're gonna roleplay. I know we stayed up last night talking on the phone, but there's no school tomorrow, so when I stay up late again, I wonder if you and I could go to the same college. We're in the same year. We probably could apply for the same ones. I was already looking for places out of state, so why not the East Coast? If you do that, we could get a place together. We'll have no curfew, no rules, and we can draw and write whatever we want whenever we want. Also, Loads of lesbian sex, probably. It'll be our little paradise. I'm saving up for a ticket, for a plane ticket to come see you. I know you said the place you live is super boring, but knowing us, we can probably make our own fun. Go out into the woods, have a picnic, spin stories. Of course, chatting online is good. Talking on the phone is wonderful. But I just want to hold your hand, run my fingers through your hair, give you a kiss. Doesn't really matter the place. I'd just be happy to be with you. I worry what your parents will think of me. We're both girls. Even I'm a little nervous about coming out to my parents, and they're all hippies. Maybe you can talk to him. I guess that's okay. It doesn't feel super great to be a secret, but if that happens, we'll figure something out. I can hold your hand while you do it. Or run the getaway car, whatever you need. Told some friends I was dating you. They asked me how we met, and when I told them from the internet, they were like, oh, she's not a real person, as in you could be a 50-year-old man in Iowa. Really? Have they even talked to someone as long as we have? Something tells me they just don't know how to meet people on the internet. Lol. Is it weird that to say I miss you? Is it weird to ask for another phone call? Anyway, patiently waiting for you to come online, T. Aww. Internet girlfriends in the 2000s. To be fair, the 2000s was a different era. And also, girl, I don't know how to tell you this, but hippies are extremely conservative. Like, my experience with hippies, they're extremely fucking conservative. No joke. Like, for all of the free love bullshit, a lot of hippies were like really right wing. It's just like, just don't mess with my drugs and my desire to have sex whenever I want. Like, that was basically it with a lot of hippies. Okay, let's see the chat. I should give her some space. I don't want to talk to her now. Fuck that shit. Hey. How was school? For the first time in my life, it wasn't bad. I met a girl who's like us. Her dad got stationed here too. Like us. Like girls like us. Her name is Mel. We're in the same second period class. Oh, is she like cute? Yeah. Oh no. I mean, it's nothing like that, obviously. You and I are girlfriends. Maybe I was a little worried. Don't worry, we have next to nothing in common besides our interest in the ladies. She's an army brat, loves sports, and plans on joining the ROTC. I have no idea what that is. I talked a lot about you. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. She gave me good advice, and maybe I'm not 100% ready to take it. What's the advice? To stop feeling like there's something wrong with me. I mean, she's right. She's right. She's correct. I think when I started crushing on you, I started thinking maybe I was spending too much time on the internet, that it was making me gay. Mel said she felt the same way when she first came out, but that ultimately she realized that didn't mean she was tainted or broken or abnormal. She was just a normal person. That's really good advice. Extremely good for 2004. I never met anyone like you. We share so many interests, can talk for hours, you're really cute. So why would I choose someone else just because you're a girl? Kelpie, you're making me cry. This is my reaction to this kind of shit. If I were there, I'd give you a big hug. I have a request, and 100% no pressure, but... Would it be okay if I call you tonight? We did just talk for like 3 hours last night. But I miss hearing your voice. Please? Just, for 30 minutes, tops. I could never deny you, T. Thank you. Anyway, you're great too. You're smart, funny, a good writer. I think you could even write a novel or a video game someday. You mean it? Yeah, 100%. Thanks. I will be right back in 5 minutes. Going to heat up some leftovers and then do some writing. Message me if you wanna roleplay tonight. You know I will. I'll check back later. Who came online? Oh, hey, Effie. Okay, sure. You want to talk? What's this about? Zendaya has been acting really weird lately. She made me promise I would cut you off and never chat you again, and that doesn't feel right to me. Her LG posts have been really weird. I mean, she's always been a little strange about food, but now it's like... Yeah, I know what you mean. Most days I feel like the energy has been sucked out of me. I spend a lot of my evenings and early mornings talking with Zandaria. She's going through a tough time right now. She started following a bunch of pro-Ana vlogs, and she told me that it gives her peace and control. But honestly, I feel like I'm losing her. Yeah, because she has a fucking eating disorder. I said this last time. She literally has an eating disorder. Pro-Ana, anorexia girly. Short for pro-anorexia, people blogging about the best way to starve themselves, saying it's good for them. If you're thinking about searching it, don't tease bad. Yeah, no, anorexia pictures are... Like, not all of them, but late stage and anorexia, like, that's... Oh, man. They made us, like, look at pictures like that in, like, middle and high school to, you know, force people to not fucking do that because they thought that that was useful. And it's like, no, honey, I don't think... Like... Sometimes I wonder why I'm so indifferent about a lot of body horror and stuff, and I think it was a lot of the experience of like school showing you slightly fucked up shit that is only less fucked up than other more fucked up shit, in the process of trying to teach you not to do fucked up shit, like medical stuff. And I'm just like, okay. So, like, I see fucked up shit now, and I'm like, I wouldn't say completely desensitized, but I just don't feel a lot of it. Is it a cult? Kinda. It's cult-ish, if you ask me. I guess kinda. There's people she talks to regularly who support her eating as little as she can. I'm really, really worried. Yeah, even though she's a manipulative jerk and... God damn it. Yeah, I am too. When I thought about losing her, I realized something. I'm afraid of losing you too. Really? We've been in real life friends for so long, it's easy to take it for granted. And when all of this stuff started happening, I thought, Effie, you have to fix this. Somehow. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like Cindaria. She's been making make-posts about me since the fight, and none of the stuff she's saying is true. But it's not your job to fix it. I'm starting to understand that. I'm sorry I didn't get your side of the story before accusing you of the great slashing. Things are kinda confusing right now. I don't want to apologize for dating Cherry. But I do want you to know I'm sorry I freaked you out. Boys are dumb and friendship is the real deal. I still believe that. I just happen to also like women. I'm worried about you and Sandaria based on what you're saying. This sounds really serious. I know. If I was there in Japan, I'd know what to do better. Now it's just, all I can do is talk to her. Did you know yesterday she only ate a cracker? A single cracker. Yeah, and she doesn't even have a shoot plan. She did it just to see if she wouldn't pass out. I'm worried about you two. There's a dark hole to get sucked into. At least I can do is talk to her. I think that's the most that you can do. She needs professional help. Yeah, like, for real. Yeah, maybe that would help. I'll suggest it next time we talk. I don't think suggesting, like, Effie, no offense, but she's not gonna listen. She has an eating disorder. You kinda have to force her to do something about it. Thanks for listening, T. You didn't have to, but you did. Don't take me. That's like what friends do. Yeah. Man. This is terrible. So I've been reading up on Dominic's and Nathan's story in Terranova. Do you mind if I hop in for a little roleplay? I have a story in mind with Isaiah that I'd like to try. With me? Sure. Actually, with you and Cherry. Oh, hold on, let me ask her. I'll continue this in the group chat. Meh. Hey, Cherry. Would you like... Yo, would you be down for a group roleplay? With Effie? And yeah, like, not talking. I think we're good now. That's good to hear. She's a good person when she's not with that treacherous snake. Yeah, probably best not to mention Zendaya during the roleplay. What do you take me for, a Philistine? Puts on a top hat. I shall ever and always be a gentleman. Cherry, do you want to talk about you being trans? Cherry, would you like to talk about you being trans? Cherry, I think that we're reading in this situation. Maybe I'm reading too much, but I think you're trans, and I think we should talk about it for everyone's sake. I think we should talk about the amount of times you've been saying that you want to be a boy, and also your use of male words for yourself as an indicator that maybe there's some you know, something there. You know what I mean? But it is 2004, so how the fuck would you even know that trans men exist? I didn't find out trans men were a thing until 2011. Well, no, actually I found out like 2006, 7? Maybe. But I didn't settle down on the men thing until 2011. You know. Thanks, let me set up a chat for us. Okay, we'll continue this in the whoop chat. Hey, you two, ready to roleplay? Yeah. Do you mind if I set the scene? No problem. When an animal is wounded, it seeks comfort in the familiar. Even if he had descended to the hybrid human plane, he was reminded that he too had animal instincts. Isaiah settled on a familiar rock to gaze out from the top of the mountain to the forest below. The air was cooler than last time. The trees had changed their colors. The last time he was at this hot spring, the four of them had been laughing. He splashed water on his face, and off came a thin layer of grime. He had heard murmurs about the parish, political unrest, a high priest jail, increasing animal attacks, and worst of all, Hikaru was wanted by the Terranovan government for murder and treason. Nice. No civil war, he'd promised Ethan. Now, more than ever, he needed friends. He slipped off his silken raiments and... I heard something. It probably nothing. No, wait, it's from the street. That's a motorcycle. God fucking damn it. People could take the silencer of their motorcycles' engines should be jailed forever. He slipped off his silken railments and from Silver Spring and slid in. Onsen! Onsen episode. Second Onsen episode. Oh, I'm glad you're bringing this back. Onsen episode part 2. Dominic had spent the past several days in his room praying. Every day he would go to see Ethan, and every day he looked a little better. And every day they had less to talk about. He would return to Nova City soon. He picks his way up the mountain, the cold breeze blowing through his curly blonde hair. Had the four of them here been a dream? He wanted to feel it just one more time. When he peered into the hot spring, someone else already was there. Sorry, I didn't realize. Saya turned up the familiar voice. When he saw who it was, relief poured over him. He was alive. Father Gonzalez, will you join me? How are you feeling about that? How are you feeling about joining me? Saya! Dominic almost plunged himself into the water, shoes and all, but he thought better. He made his way round to sit beside him. He hesitated for a moment, then pressed his hand to Isaiah's bare shoulder. I'm so glad you're alive. When Hikaru left, I thought he was going to kill you. Isaiah hadn't touched another person since Silver Spring. The sensation brought him back from his head to his body. Ethan was right. The priest had a warm heart. He leaned against his hand. He tried to, but I ran. Ethan said Hikaru was strong, but you were smarter. Is he well? Ethan, no, not really. Oopsie. Dominic gave him a pained expression. He's in the hospital because of me. I am sure you give yourself too much credit. I appreciate your kind words, but he looked at his hand sadly. I'm sorry, Saya. I attacked him. Man. I see. Isaiah said even though he did not, in fact, see. He was sure Ethan's own recklessness was somehow to blame, but decided to drop the subject. Then we are all of us more or less than we seem. Isaiah a gambler, Ethan an assassin, and he a changeling. What strange secrets they kept. He sat in uncomfortable silence. Can I talk to you about Hikaru, father? You seem like the kind of person to listen rather than talk, he replied with a small smile. You are not wrong. Was changed. For a long time he had been on his own. Being alone was not unpleasant. People would drift in and out of his life peacefully. He was proficient and independent enough to not depend on others. But with Hikaru, things had changed. I am not strong enough to reason with Hikaru alone. I need help. This is the first time Isai is asking for help, isn't he? Sad. Yeah, I teared up a little too. Our boy is growing up. Aww. I'm listening. I fear I made a terrible misjudgment of his character. No, that wasn't quite it. He'd seen the fire in Hikaru's eyes, the fire of one who wants so badly to possess another. He shivered. I wanted to believe he was a good person so badly I let myself overlook all the signs to the contrary, and now... Isaiah tried off at a loss for words. He understood this all too well. With Ethan, he pretended, like his mysterious comings and goings were just that, mysterious and nothing more. When we care about someone, it's normal to want them to fit the image we have of them in our mind, even if that isn't what they are. Until the harsh reality sets in, they will never be as we wish them to be. Who Hikaru really was never who I thought he was. Isaiah was well aware of how crazy he was about to sound. This will sound like fabrication, but I can assure you it is the truth. Hikaru is not himself. He has been possessed by a power far beyond what he can control, a goddess called Isra. I believe he believes himself to be possessed, but the idea of someone truly being possessed was impossible, right? It's not like, you know, actual demon possessions are real. And, you know, you send exorcists to do that shit. That's actually been approved exorcisms. So he thought back to Hikaru's words. Sacrifice prevents more suffering. Is that what he meant? A sacrifice to a god? I would have said the same as you, father, had I not seen it with my own eyes. He performed a wretched ritual with the remains of the people he had dueled. There it was. The Aztecs were known for their ritual sacrifice, so too must be these goddesses who require human remains to be appeased. Why would he choose to summon this Isra now? To save his people from an impending volcanic eruption, Isaiah replied. But I have a sense that the why is to conceal an even more terrible secret. And why is that? And what is that? That he grew up without a choice in how he lived his life. Borrowing the powers of Isra, even temporarily, gives him a strength he has never possessed before. And what do you think he would do with that newfound strength? I feel that it is to find me, and he wasn't sure what Hikaru wanted him, but it wasn't good. Man, well, that's no good, innit? A voice said from behind them both. Dominic spun around. Ethan? God, returned from the infirmary today. This was the first place I thought of to go. Funny, huh? I guess we all wanted to go back to the way it was. Ah, yes, the parallels. Ethan. Isaiah reached out for his hand. When Ethan placed it in his, he saw it was wrapped in gauze. What happened? Well, Ethan said, his eyes flicking towards Dominic. This sounds a little unbelievable, but he ate my fingers. Isaiah pinched the bridge of his nose. Ethan, why do I think there's more to this story than what you're telling me? Why the hell are you taking his side? I'm the victim here. Ethan. No, he's a victim this time. For the most part, he's a victim. Dominic bowed his head, concealing a chuckle. This must be what Ethan meant by long-term friends. He secretly enjoyed watching the two of them bicker, but he must clear this up. He drew in a deep breath. Isaiah, Ethan is telling the truth. I, got hungry. Ethan finished the sentence for him. Dominic shot him a glare. A bit more than that, don't you think, Ethan? Ethan went silent and glanced away. Look, he's trying to make fun of the situation because it's the only way he knows how to cope. What has gotten into you two? Sex and cannibalism? Sex and cannibalism. Not at the same time. Not at the same time, but... Ethan told me the truth about what he does for a living. When he came back to the parish and I snapped, I turned into someone I didn't want to be. As if to prove this, he pulled out the sleeve of his cassock back, revealing fine black feathers poking through his skin. I'm a changeling, not a human. So that's what you call it. A changeling? He'd not heard the term before. It's a magical creature. I don't know much about them except that their true form is of a crow dragon. And here he thought being possessed by a goddess was unbelievable. And what exactly was it Ethan told you? What the? I was in the hot seat with Isaiah. He sighed. Alright, I spiel. Better to hear directly from him. Just that I was planning to introduce Father Castiliano to a friend of mine. Her name's Etta. So that's what you call it. The rifle. You knew? I used it to get into a high-stakes mahjong match. And that didn't strike you as odd? My previous point still stand. When we care about someone, we ignore the signs. He glanced over at Ethan, even if they are obvious. It's nothing personal, I just collect a paycheck. That makes it even worse. Does it? Someone offered to pay me handsomely to have the father killed. What difference does it make? If they want him dead, he will be eventually. I might as well be the one to collect the bounty. I mean, he has a point. He does need the money. So, you know. He thought back to Hikaru, trying to explain away his own murderous ritual. He stood suddenly, waves washing through the hot spring. So that is why you were running from the police when we met. I got sloppy, so... I was just having fun. The anger in his voice was palpable. Now he was starting to piece everything together. That day, I aided and abetted a murderer! And you got a diamond welder out of it. Don't pretend like you're innocent here. He has a point. In the long time that he'd known Ethan, he'd kept his cool demeanor. However, after everything, after Silver Spring, violence is always a choice, Ethan. Always, he yelled. I told Hikaru this. I am telling you this now. It is always a selfish choice. Yeah, tell him. Well, if it's any consolation, that's not really a choice I get to make anymore. Someone took it upon themselves to introduce me to an early retirement, he glared at Dominic. Dominic looked away sheepishly. The three fell into an awkward silence. Isaiah, you mentioned that Hikaru is looking for you. Do you mean... I do. I believe he is not done with me yet, Isaiah said. I am afraid. Dominic stood as well. Isaiah, he may be possessed, but his soul may still yet be saved. I fear he's past the point of no return. If that's the case, we stop him. I'm not letting either of you get hurt by this kid. He's not a kid. He's a living god now. I guess we just need more firepower then. But Dominic and Isaiah turned their heads towards Ethan. No violence. No violence. Ethan. Oh, where you going on me? He held up his hands in a placating gesture. Alright, fine. Isaiah began to put his clothing back on. Ethan, I am still angry, but I am thankful. He glanced over at Dominic. If he could smile, he would have, but instead, he opted for a hand pressed graciously on his heart. Thank you, Father. Dominic smiled. You're welcome, Isaiah. Want to skip to a later scene? Sure. I can do the setup if you want. No, I think I have something. Please wait. Patiently waiting. Yay. Dusk settled on the parish. The tower citadel was just as imposing as before, but instead of priests, Nova City guards were stationed at the entrance. Even when he was in Nova City, Isaiah cared little for such authority, especially now when they were staring down the three of them who had just returned from the hot springs. They studied his ID card. What are two Nova City boys doing with an Ardanian priest? They asked. Before Isaiah could tell them to mind their own business, Dominic cut in. Thank you, Father. These two are treasures of mine. One is an old friend and the other is a patient here. You may confirm with the infirmary if you'd like. No need. They glanced over at Ethan's bandaged hand. Ethan, stare long enough and you might get poked in the eye. Lol. They turned towards Isaiah. Far away from home, huh? What's with that getup? Reenactment? Reenactment. It was true that he was still wearing his ceremonial jacket and robes from Silver Spring. They would have been beautiful if it weren't for the fact that he'd been sleeping outside in the same clothes for the past week. The white silk jacket was smudged with grass and mud, and some of the quartz buttons were missing. He didn't think they would believe him, but he opted for the most honest approach. Someone very powerful is coming to threaten the livelihood of Terranova and Ceremonian's boat. A prophet, eh? They chuckle. All the religions and others go to the parish Sunday? Knock it off. Ethan sighed. I'm gonna catch a cold if I stand out here any longer. I'll tell the infirmary it was the fault of two chatty caddies. They let them pass. As they did, Dominic muttered under his breath, "We're not nutters. They're idiots," Ethan said. They like to pretend there's no crazies in Nova City. My best friend has fused with a goddess. Simply saying that makes me feel insane. Don't worry, Saya, we can still save him. I hope that is true. Yay. You would have made the idea I had for them even better than I imagined. Ah, thank you. I gotta finish up some homework, but I'll be back later. Catch you later? Definitely. Yeah. Cherries away. Well, now I'm hype up on roleplay. What do you want to do? You wanna continue a separate chat? Yeah. Aww. Let's continue in a private chat. Also, Sendaria, you still, okay. Finish your work yet? Busy focusing on really important things like roleplay. Here we are. So, are you thinking we continue from where we left off with the group roleplay? Yeah. Okay, sounds good. Things were still hectic at the parish, so it would take time to prepare Isaiah's accommodations. Ethan invited Isaiah over to his room. When they arrived, he flopped down on his bed. I hate recovering. Time passes away too slow for me. I feel that. Isaiah tilted his head. Perhaps it is for the best. If you are wounded, you cannot run away from the consequences. Ethan shrugged his shoulders. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hee hee. Isaiah took a deep breath. Ethan, how is it that I read people so well at Mahjong and yet so poorly with you and Hikaru? Oh boy, Ethan coughed. This conversation, huh? If you're asking me to apologize for hurting others, I regret the pain. I don't regret surviving. I followed the path that I could see in front of me. It was funny. He had done the same for most of his life. He imagined it was the same with Hikaru as well. You and Hikaru are not so different, you know, he said. Saya must have a thing for guys like us. Yeah, we're but desperate idiots, he said. Doing what we need to survive. That's that and this is this, you know? Hashtag that's that and this is this. The reason why he chose to do the ritual was because he thought he had no choice. But he had no choice. Because he had no choice, he convinced himself that it was the right thing to do. Isaiah frowned. Much like you're doing right now. But I'm not stalking you across Dardania. He is. Ethan pulled out a cigarette with shaking fingers. Give me a light, will you? Those things are going to kill you. Yeah, well, they haven't yet. Isaiah took the lighter from Ethan's jacket. Ethan gave him an expectant look. He said nothing, just held the lighter in his hands. Of all the hills to die on, he rolled his eyes exasperately. Show this cripple some kindness, will you? Damn. Perhaps now that he had his full attention, he wouldn't slip out of his fingers again. Sometimes being friends with him was a pain. Human lives are precious things. Yes, you and Dominic have beat that dead horse enough. Before I met Hikaru, I pitied him. I could copy my consciousness to a hard disk a thousand times and live longer than any elf. He sighed. As much as I hate the fate he has chosen, Hikaru taught me many lessons. The most important one was this. You forget the value of your own life when you devalue others. Let me ask you a question, Ethan. Rather you don't. But you're gonna do it anyway. Do you value your victims' lives as much as you value your own? Because where I stand, you do not. Ethan looked as if he were a cat that was just sprayed with water. Who cares? This is a constant in Terranova. I mean, But this is fine, yeah. A thread of true, pure irritation went its way through Isaiah. He deeply respected Ethan for his cleverness, but times like these, words did not work with him. Alright, I will use a language that you understand. Smack. Did you just slap me? What the hell, Isaiah? Yes, because you were being an idiot. What did I do? You should not be surprised that the people who care about you want you to stay alive. And if you continue this job, the road that awaits you is only death. Ethan screwed his face up. Yeah, I know, most assassins either are off by their marks or their clients. Do you think myself or Dominic would be better off without you? I will answer this question for you. No. Couldn't I understand he wasn't being realistic? What am I supposed to do then? I have debt. There's not a lot of work that will get me the amount of money I need. You are speaking with a gambler. We'd figure it out. I mean, I guess that's true. He could just gamble the money until he gets enough, but that's a fucked up strategy if you ask me. He placed a hand on Ethan's bandaged one. I will make your new fingers, and they will function 3 times better than your flesh ones. The words hit him unexpectedly like a truck. Of course he knew that Isaiah was skilled in reforging skin and bones and tech, but he didn't need to do that. He wanted to say so. You don't need to do that. He tried, but the words never came. He was overcome with emotion, and biting his lip, he turned away. But you must promise me this. What? If I make you new fingers, you must never use them to harm others again. Aw, but they're gonna be cooler fingers. Cooler fingers means better murdering. For the first time in their friendship, there was no witty retort. He waited patiently for Ethan to respond. But he did not. The seconds stretched into minutes, and Isaiah was quite sure he had fallen asleep. Ethan? Yeah, the voice that came from him was waterlogged. He sniffled and wiped his eyes. God damn it, man, how did I find a friend like you? If we are getting into specifics, you fell in my dumpster one day, and he laughed and buffed him lightly on the shoulder. And if I had to do it again, do it over again, I'd choose your dumpster every time. Thanks, Isaiah. Aw. We will figure it out. Yeah, we will. I trust you. Aww. The girls are no longer fighting. Hearing him say that made Isaiah light up. Ethan had always been a trusted business partner, but quite under his nose, he'd become someone he respected and trusted with his life. And he couldn't tell that Ethan felt the same. The moment was bittersweet. As one friend turned away, another turned towards him. He chose to focus on the sweet part, and as he said, they would find a way to save Hikaru, not separately, but together. Oh, why are they so sweet? I know, right? 2 best friends. 2 trash friends. Aw, trash friends. Trash friends are friends for life. I'm really thankful to have you in my life, Effie. Stop. You're kind and talented, and I'm so grateful for you. Thanks. I really mean it. Gonna drop this for now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be posting any of my writing publicly. Isaiah probably would be deep in draft upon drafts on my computer. I might have convinced you to make a roleplay, but you were the one who set up the entire community on LimeJournal. I didn't even knew it existed until like a year ago. Aww. I'm going to log off to do some homework. I'll post the roleplay when I have time. Sounds good. See you soon. Good night, Effie. Thanks for the roleplay. Aww. Cherry's back online. You're back! Good timing, I just finished a roleplay with Effie. Can't wait to see. After all the angst, it was nice to have a feel-good roleplay once in a while. What do you mean you don't like Max angst all the time? I'm glad Effie's talking to us again, to be honest. I like her. Yeah, me too. So, wanna continue on the sides on that note? Yeah, Ethan and Dom haven't officially talked, have they? Nope, hold on. I got an idea if you let me borrow Ethan a moment. Sure, why not? Ethan had called him to the rose garden. He was holding a cup of tea in his left hand. The bandages were gone on his right, and he was crawling it to his side protectively. Thanks for coming, he said. I wanted to talk to you in person. Damn. Yes, there's something I've been meaning to tell you, too. Well, I think it's obvious that I have had to postpone my... If you're going to Nova City, I'm coming too. Dominic blurted out. What? I mean, actions speak louder than words. If you can't work, it'll work for. If you can't work, I'll work for both of us. He looked determinedly at him. It'll probably take time, but in the meantime, I can bake and I've studied basic apothecary skills, more than enough to make a trade in the city. Ethan frowned and crossed his right arm over his chest. Are you saying that because you feel guilty? Because I'm fine on my own. No, I know you'll be fine. Dominic leaned in. Ethan, I want to do this. Ethan looked taken aback. Then his frown melted into an embarrassed smile. Really, Dominic? Huh? What I was going to say is that it's obvious you want to help Saya. So do I. I want to stay here a little longer with you. He scratched the back of his head. Can't abandon your Isaiah in your time of need. Yeah, but that would be bad form, if you ask me. That would be wood. Oh, Dominic's gaze fell, and he self-consciously tucked the curl behind his ear. He honestly hadn't expected him to stay. He glanced up. I don't mean to be rude, but what are you going to do? Isaiah says he curfews with a powerful being. Well, obviously I'm not going to shoot him. Ethan tended his fingers and unburrowed his brow. There's got to be a way to improvise a trap, slow his roll, and then talk some sense into him. But before he came to the parish, he and I talked. Maybe he won't listen to Isaiah, but he might with me. Are you sure you're okay? It sounds dangerous, absolutely. But come on, at least one thing I have going for me is that I don't die easily. And what if we succeed? He shrugged and took another sip of tea. If we survive, then you and I can decide what to do next. You and I, you mean? Don't get me wrong, I'm still pissed about this. He wiggled his remaining fingers on his right hand. But I've been thinking, yes? Been thinking that if I were to walk away from you, I'd be making a huge mistake, monster or no. I'm a changeling, not a monster. So I'm in love with some kind of fae. That does describe your charm. He chuckled under his breath. Aw, Ethan shooks. I love how sweet he is. Ethan, I'm not sweet. God is so pathetic. I suppose, Dominic replied idly. Then stop. Wait a minute, what did you say? Ethan looked away. What, about you being charming? No, before that. He coughed. Nothing. Right. Dominic shot him aside to a smile. Oh, nothing. What's with that face? What face? Ethan's cheeks reddened, and he drew his cup to his lips. Not now, come here. He whispered. Are they gonna make out? Are they gonna make out? They're gonna make out? Are they gonna do a sex? With a force he didn't know he had, he grabbed Ethan by the lapels. He pressed his lips to his, severing the surprise that melted into a soft sigh. Ethan's hand lingered on his neck. He put his hand over his, threading his fingers entwined with his. Yeah, they're making out. Good for them. A hush fell over the garden. The twittering of birds stilled. The world seemed to narrow to just the two of them. So now fate, hope, and love abide, these three. But the greatest of these is love. Crash. Damn! Ethan's voice was soft. Drop my cup. No, the makeups are over. Dominic pulled away, immediately diving to find the stray cup. It's not broken, is it? Did you spill anything? It's fine, he said. It's more than fine. Well, there's yet another drawing I have to do. I'm not sorry. Cute. I'm sure you're not, haha. Well, I promise you a car, so let's do this. I'm on dial-up, so I gotta log off, but you know my number. See you soon. Ah, yeah, the dialogue era. I remember that. I remember the dial-up. I was there. Just leaving this just leaving this here for when you log in again. Oh, cute. And we can read the last entry because Sandari is not talking to us and we're not talking to her apparently. Hikaru woke groggily upon woven tatami mats, the earthly smell of tea wafting through the door. Where am I? He asked slowly. It was as though he'd been asleep for a long time and was just remembering how to use his somebody. He felt hands on his shoulders and turned around, but no one was there. Who? The door opened, and Elder Marina abode, bearing a tea tray. My goddess, I so long to hear your voice. My voice? His hand went to his throat. As they did, he noticed his fingers were slightly thinner, his nails longer. How long was I asleep for? His voice sounded strange, not his, a woman's. For at least 3 generations, goddess, we have summoned you to protect us from Mount Ise. Goddess, that word again. He wasn't a goddess, he was Hikaru. He'd returned to Silver Spring and then, after that was a fog. He struggled to remember, but the more he tried, the more his head hurt. He groaned and massaged his temples. Your integration with your vessel isn't fully finished, so please bear with it. Here, some tea. He accepted the cup. Vessel? A boy from our tribe by the name of Hikaru, Elder Marina Amaris, was the only elder who had treated him with any sort of kindness after his father's death. Elder Takeda had promised his body as vessel, but before the ceremony was killed in an unfortunate accident. So we encouraged the boy to take his father's place in the ritual. Anger bubbled from behind Hikaru's eyes. Encouraged? More like banished and left no other option but to survive. What if he failed? He asked. He had no living relatives. He did not return. We had already prepared another suitable vessel. Hearing her say that hurt worse than his pounding headache. Was he just a pawn in the Elder's cosmic game, too? Beat them at their own game. He wanted to laugh at his own naivete. He'd been played once again. Instead of gaining Isra's power as his own, he would be consumed by her as a vessel. Of course the elders probably knew this, and one of the reasons they had so easily accepted his sudden return. And where is my beloved? The question came not from him, but from her. In the next room sleeping, just give them some time. His head was throbbing as he was thrown back into the fog. Something didn't seem right. He pushed his way through a jumble of memories and places. The smell of campfire, the feeling of standing atop a mountain, the wind blowing through his hair, of holding hands, of holding a hunting knife. The sight of a retreating figure disappearing into the mist. Isaiah, he was one, wasn't he? So that meant... She's lying, he said inwardly, and to his surprise, a voice replied, Tell us the truth, Vessel. Isra's thin hands emerged from the darkness to cradle his head. There her nose, her lips, and her neck. She looked just like her statues, except more alive. Her long hair was a deep ochre, and fell in loose ringlets around her face. Her eyes were a brilliant red, pulsating and shifting like hot magma. Isaiah was going to be your vessel, but he left. His voice fell. I'm sorry. He did not have to say anything more for her to know. The feelings in their collective chest was answer enough. Show us, she said, and disappeared into the ocean of darkness. His thoughts snapped back to the present moment. Goddess, are you alright? A sudden surge of clarity pulsed through his brain. He sensed that Isra was sparing a full takeover of his body. For the moment, anyway. I would like to see them, he said softly. My beloved? Oh, goddess! I'm not sure that is wise. After all, the integration isn't fully... Let me rephrase that. You will show me them, Hikaru repeated. The strength behind his words were hers as well. A look of terror crossed Amari's face. She looked a bit like Satori had when she'd seen what he'd collected from the warriors he had fell. Yes, we will prepare them, if you can give us some time. What is to prepare? They are in the next room, are they not? He and Isra both stared her down, and she, terrified, scrambled backwards and slammed the screen door in panic. In a split moment, his hand shot through the thin paper screen and grabbed her wrists on the other side. Twisting it hard, she cried in pain. It was Isra who borrowed his lips. If you are lying, you will tell us now. We may spare you yet. My God, it's 1,000 apologies. We had a vessel for the ritual, but we are preparing a new vessel as we speak. If you give us a week, 2 at most... Ow! So you did lie, Hikaru growled. I'm immensely sorry, my goddess. Please forgive my insolence. He didn't know when she had emerged from the darkness, but suddenly she was standing beside him. Well then, what shall we do with her? What do you mean, we? You're the goddess. The preparation of the new vessel takes time, as she said. Until then, why not stay separate? She turned towards him, her red eyes sparkling devilishly. I'll eventually devour you anyway. Hikaru felt like he had the wind kicked out of him. There was no way to survive this, was there? He was going to disappear completely, and that was that. That's that, and this is this. Is there anything you've always wanted? It's yours. When she touched his wrist, he felt a dark sickness crawling within his stomach. Before he was gone forever, she would grant him a wish. He could feel what it was like to rise above being a pawn in the game for just a moment, to know what it was like to have true power. He released Amari's wrist. I'll be leaving, he said. Be sure to have the vessel ready when I return. Of course, my goddess. Her forehead was pressed against the floor in reverence, and so he left the last person in Silverstein he thought cared about him. She did care, the same way a farmer cares about the cattle he is to sell at auction. It was he who had been led to the slaughter by the elders, by his people. And by Isra's grace he would finally feel free. He slammed the door to the elders' hut. They, the ancestor statues, gaped wordlessly back. He wanted to kill each and every one of them, to grind their heads into the tatami floor. But he spent his entire mortal life killing, and time was short. Prepare a retinue, he said sharply. I will leave at once for the parish. For the first time in his life, there were no questions of why, no suggestions that he should think things through, or consider something else. The elder simply nodded and Makoto bowed deeply. How many men do you sire? A grin spread across his face. A palanquin was being prepared. As Hikaru waited in the foyer, he caught sight of himself in the mirror. Curiously, he approached the reflection. He was still wearing his black lace and leather jacket with full tulle accent from the ritual, dressed to the nines. Though he looked mostly like himself, he was taller, thinner, more feminine. His eyes, instead of sharp gray, were Isra's fiery red. To any outsider, he looked and behaved as if he were Isra. Is there anything you've always wanted? It's yours. There was only one thing he wanted from this bitter world that had chewed him up and spit him out. He tore the tool from his jacket and tossed it onto the floor. You, Isaiah. Damn. Well, you're fucked because that's not gonna work out. Let's end the month. Are you ready to end the month of September? From this point forward, your choices will determine how terranova ends. It is recommended that you save your game first. Okay, thanks. The save again on September, and then still have an hour, so I don't know if the end game is an hour long, but we'll see. And October, okay. Oh no, we bypassed my birthday. New RSS updates. Okay, let's see Sandaria stuff. Songda. I hate storms. This year is the worst year for typhoons in the early 90s. They just keep coming and coming. I wish Japan's rainy season was adorable, like people sharing umbrellas or getting caught in a downpour with my neighborhood Totoro, but it's not. It's humid. I feel like I'm sweating buckets at the photo shoots that I do go to, if I can get to them in this rain. The city has garbage on the roads, and every time it rains, it stinks so bad. Smelly streets, smelly trains, smelly Sandaria. School is non-existent, I guess. I'm tired all the time, and friends are kinda awkward around me. They don't have to worry, though. I have everything under control. There's a huge storm called Songda that passed here a few days ago. The news is saying that there's a lot of destruction and a lot of people dead. My parents called me. I thought it was because they were worried about me, but it was to tell me that my brother was promoted to partner in his law firm. Yay! Stations are closed down, and some flights have been grounded because everyone's scared to travel because of the flooding. They should be. Floods are scary. Being washed away against your will by a flowing current, that's just too strong. Sometimes I feel like that. I wish these storms would stop. Today's footlog. 1 packet of crackers and 1 whole apple. Girl, you have a fucking eating disorder. Today's footlog. 1 salt cracker, 5 calories. What's the point? You're always going to be fat. Stupid, 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 stupid. Yeah, you have like a very, very bad eating disorder, sweetie. Wait, some of them are... Okay, this... Okay, that is a fun... And this is one from October. This is the one. Okay, let's see. I really, really tried. I tried to be positive, I tried to be good, and then I saw the truth that everyone sees me as a monster in a story where I'm supposed to be the hero. Fine, I'll go. I'll leave. That's what you wanted me to do, right? No, we want you to get treated for your eating disorder. Like, like, that's literally what we want. Okay, let me check the terranova. This is the one that we did before. And this is okay. This is the both post that we that both the roleplay that we just did. Um, let's see. What if so? A new friend of mine invited me to the LGBT youth group at her church next Sunday. Don't laugh, but the first thing I asked her was, "You can do that?" And she was like, "Sure. If we're made in God's image, don't you think God's a little, you know?" Man, if God was gay, I need to be writing more fan fiction, lol. Joking aside, I wonder how I can get my parents to let me go. I can't exactly sneak out on Sunday. Maybe a sleepover? I'm worried T will get jealous if I'm sleeping over at another girl's place. I should just yell at my parents, your precious daughter is gay, and then lock myself in my room for a million years. That works, right? Right? It's harder than I thought. Yeah, Ibileda. And Effie. Last expense I cannot see. What's wrong with me? I've been looking at the cosplay I wanted to do so badly with Little Bro and rewatching Rose and Maiden to try and recapture that energy I had at the beginning of the project, and I'm realizing I don't have it anymore. Working so hard on something that fails so spectacularly kills something in me. Anytime I even start thinking about suing again, I cry because it's just too much. My heart and soul used to guide my hand, and now there's nothing. Just this emptiness inside of me, and this fear that whatever was once good about my sense of beauty is just gone. I used to think I could stitch together people's experiences with each other and make something good and wonderful and beautiful. I'm realizing that I'm realizing I'm not that person, and maybe I've never been that person. Everything I stitch together just comes out as some twisted and cruel version of what could have been. I know the problem is me. If I weren't here, everyone would get along. Everything would be fine. I'm the literal common thread that can't hold anything together quite right. I feel like a shell, a husk, a pale and lifeless corpse, barely able to force one foot to move in front of the other. The things that used to feel me are gone, and my entire essence craves something that it knows deep down is never coming again. I know what people will say. You're just tired because school's starting. You just got back from this trip. Of course, you're feeling drained. Maybe you're sick. Have you tried taking some vitamin D, C? Well, D also could help. Vitamin D. If you lost some weight, maybe you would have more energy. No, she's depressed and she needs an antidepressant and a therapist. No, 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 no. It's not that. It's not any of those things. It never has been. It's me. It's everything that makes up me. It's not something that can be fixed by eating your veggies or whatever. Just let me be. Let me go. Forget about me, please. No, Gary, you need like therapy. Like literally, you just need therapy. Like, just go to therapy, forehead. Ah, yes, classic drama directly in the actual roleplay. In the roleplay forum. Since you love the role so much, Tourmaline, consider this my official resignation from Terranova. I'm glad I killed off Kikaru. Now he and I don't have to suffer through this second-rate community of bullies and liars. I'm out. Damn, girl. I realize what I'm about to say might upset some people, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to be open and direct. I realize what I'm about to say might upset some people, but I'm going to say it. Some people don't deserve the friends they have, and if they take them for granted, like I did, they'll lose them. I'm really grateful you're my friend, Effie. I'm here for you. Through the happy and the sad stuff, you don't have to worry about hiding anything, and I'll do the same. Because that's what friends do for each other. Totally random, but what are you doing for Halloween? And can I come with? Oh, actually, can I post anything to Terranova? Okay, no. Okay, it's chat time. Hey, girl. Be right back. Oh, come on, we need to talk to her. She has an eating disorder and she needs help, and I hate helping her because she's a bitch, but still. Hey, Effie, how's it going? Oh, hi. It's, going. Oh, good. Is there something going on? Sorry. I've just been kinda preoccupied lately with Suin. Actually, I haven't really suit since the summer. I thought you were going to make a joint costume with your brother. Yeah, me too. Anything I can do to help? No, not really. Well, maybe later. Don't worry about it, okay? When you say it like that, I do worry. Forget I said anything then. I was wondering if you and Cherry would want to do another group roleplay. 3 of us? Actually, I was thinking the 4 of us? With Zandaria, who just made a message about not wanting to be with us anymore. I mean, I guess. Is that a yes or a no? I guess it's alright. Really? Really? Besides, I like you and I like Cherry. That's enough for me. That's good, I'm relieved. Thank you. Don't mention it. Hold on, let me set up something. I'll continue this in the group chat. God damn it, really? Well, I'm guessing that I have to literally wait. There it is. Well, this is gonna be awkward. Hey everyone, I hope it's okay. We're all getting together for some roleplaying. Yeah, I'm down. Leave it to Zendaya to make this roleplay exhilarating. Looking forward to the roleplay. Huh? Anyway, my nephew stars Zendaya, Roger Dodger. Oh, so this is the part where she just kills Hikaru, okay. God, this chick is so fucked up. Like, I say that with the love of someone who has been there and has had people who really had issues. Like, in this kind of stuff. Like, you need help, sweetie. Like, you just need help. Hello. Severin is our... God. God, give me a second, I need water. I've been reading for 3 hours and still have 1 hour left. Ah. Severin Isra's power pulsing through his vein. Hikaru marveled at how small the parish was from atop the hill. Amazing what a change in perspective would do. 3 small figures were standing below him. Upon closer inspection, he could see Saya, the unfortunate priest, and a man with a very punchable smile. Lower the palanquin, he instructed a guard, stepping out onto the rocky ground. Appreciate you traveling all this way, kid, Ethan called from the bottom of the hill. People have been tearing the city-state apart looking for you. Don't call me king. Don't call me kid. I'm a goddess now. Oh, please. You're like a child. Ethan was interrupted by the very earth splitting in two beneath his feet. Lightning fast, Dominic grabbed Ethan before he fell into the chasm. That was unnecessary. Yeah, kind of a little unnecessary. His eye stepped in front of them, though his face was as passive as it always had been. His posture suggested otherwise. Hikaru, kindly cease. Though he could grind the 3 of them into mere dust, just looking at Isaiah made him weak in the knees. The ground still. Oh-ho. Isra opened her red eyes and peered through his. So this was the vessel who left you behind. Isaiah, there you are. Here I am. There you are. And here you are. Did you get everything you wanted, Hikaru? He gave him a sad smile. Yes and no, not in the way I expected. Deals with the devil tend to do that. I am not the devil. Isra spoke through Hikaru's lips. Her voice was sharp, as if the mere act of talking wasted her time. I was not talking to you. I was talking to him. Hikaru and I share the same body. If you talk to him, you talk to me. Isra said with a smirk. He is my vessel. Girl, nobody cares about you. If you truly want to oh god, everybody's typing so fast. This feels like a conversation in Discord. If you truly want to follow me, you should completely reject and disown your own life, Dominic said. I believe that if I endure his trials, I could become his best servant. But this is possession. Why would you agree to this, Hikaru? Sacrifice is what prevents more suffering, Hikaru's voice answered. Unlike his normal plucky self, he sounded tired. You of all people should know that. Dominic knew. Hikaru had said the same thing as he cut Obsidian's head off. He narrowed his eyes. You would throw away your soul for this? He gestured at his small retinue of guards. To intimidate us? You think too small, Isra chuckled. It is not about intimidation. I will say his people, and then Terranova. Hold on, should I ask him, Bra? Oh no. This is the part when I get nervous. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make another save just in case. Because I'm scared now. I'm scared that I'm gonna get in trouble. Is there asking private? Anyway, chat you, Cherry? Yeah, go ahead. You seem a little off. Wanted to check on you? T, I am so sorry. I really screwed this up. Is everything okay? No, it's not. My mom. Oh my god. Cherry, do me a favor. Take a deep breath. 8 seconds in and then seconds out. Okay. Breathe in. Oh god, this is the part where we've... Oh no, I think I know what's going on. Breathe out. Oh no, I'm pretty sure I know what's going on. I remember the warnings at the beginning of the game. I know what's going on. What do you see? I locked myself in my room. I'm looking at my desk. I got my sketchbooks, pencils, some mix CDs, my own computer, and this chat. What do you hear? My mother yelling at me, pounding on my door. She's giving up now. It's quiet. What do you smell? Oh, this is gonna be bad. Sweet something? Oh. What? I left a cup of soda on my desk. You mean pop? It's soda. Soda pop. Really? We're doing that argument? Whatever, lol. What happened? Remember this? Oh, don't tell me that you... I met Mel's friends. They're super cool. Things were alright until I skipped school to hang out with them. My mom found out and confronted me. During the night, I might have come out to her, said that I was dating you. You were skipping school? Yeah, that was the dangerous part, girl. You could have made another excuse, I feel. It's not anything different that I used to do. In New York, they didn't care. I thought you were going to school every day. Why does it matter? You didn't tell me you were skipping school. Never mind. Anyway, she got pissed. Went and withdrew me from high school, says she's going to homeschool me. What? Can she do that? Is she certified to teach? No. But one of her church friends is. My new school is her house. It's a good thing. You learn more from God's teachings than you ever will in school. That's awful. And here's the worst part. She took my phone out of my room. So I can take any more private phone calls without her listening in. No more phone calls? Let's just go back to roleplay. I want to pretend things are okay. That I don't have to deal with God's trials for a little bit longer. Wait, no, I'm worried about you. There's lots of things I don't understand about this situation. And a lot I wish I could do for you. It's okay if you want to forget. Will you promise me next time we chat we'll come up with a plan? You don't have to be alone. How did I get so lucky? Alright, fine, we can chat later. Thanks, T, I mean it. Oh boy. Okay, none of you are Also nothing written there. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Boy, this is gonna be bad. Hikaru cut in. She's right, you know, Terranova, it needs to be saved. He looked over to Dominic. The Terranovan and Redanian governments are playing deadly political chess with us as pawns. To Ethan, people are killing each other to survive. And finally, to Isaiah, the world is rotting. Isra can stop it. Didn't you just summon Isra as a human sacrifice? Ethan pointed out. You can't possibly be that she's going to fix all that without a price. Oh god, wait, give me a sec. There's someone at the door. Oh boy, sorry about that. There were people at the door, and they needed me. They needed me like that. I'm back. What did I miss? How much did I write? Jesus Christ. Okay, where? Oh god, there was a lot of thing going on. Okay, yeah. Oh god. I already know the price, Hikaru replied. After this meeting, if I don't convince Isaiah to come back to Silver Spring, she'll devour my consciousness. He looked straight into Isaiah's eyes. I will cease to be. Hikaru, does that not scare you? He shot his head, but he was lying. In truth, it terrified him, but he must use his poker face to his advantage. He ignored Isra. Hikaru, answer me this. Yes. Before I knew you, I had no interest in the world outside of Nova City, he confessed. My bubble was safe and predictable. You showed me the world with new eyes. Thank you. So I ask you, when you showed it to me then, did you see the ugliness that you do now? You told me you wanted to camp underneath the stars with me, drink coffee with me. Do you think that is ugly too? I used to, but since we became what we are now, his heart skipped a bit. What are we now, Hikaru? My father is dead. My tribe disowned me, set me on the terrible business of doing the dirty work. The cruelness I witnessed in Terranova made me think some people were worth killing. In all honesty, the world could burn for all I cared. So then there was you. When I saw you discovering the world, Isaiah, I still thought it was ugly, but then I wanted to save it for you. And what about for our other friends? What other friends? He gestured to Ethan and Dominic. He saved our lives. He took us in. Hikaru's expression grew darker. They are weak. I'll show you. He snapped his fingers and his cards encircled both Ethan and Dominic, their weapons drawn. He flicked his gaze back down to them. I hear you're fond of that changeling. A chill ran from the back of his head down his spine. What was he doing? Hikaru? Cherry? Tourmaline, are you okay? You stopped responding. Sorry. Something came out. We need to chat for a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, don't worry. It's fine. We're fine. We're fine. Yeah, no problem. We're back. I did it while you weren't looking. Is everything alright? Yeah, everything's good. Ethan glared at him. I have no idea what you're talking about. The hair on Dom's arms pricked with black feathers. He continued, looking like a bored kid. They're very dangerous creatures, you know, liable to kill you if they're prodded. The flick of a wrist, one of the guards lashed out with a sword, cutting into Dominic's shoulder. He cried in pain and doubled over. Ethan grabbed Dom. Anger and regret were surging through him. He shouldn't have gotten close to him. Now he could be used by anyone with intentions to harm him. Don't hurt him. Ethan! Icar, what are you doing? Proving a point. I hear you're a deadly assassin. They call you Morning Glory. I know it's one word to get away, but it's just... It's the orphanage from Yakuza all over again. It's just... It's the Morning Glory. And yet you so easily give up when it comes to him. Don't know your sources, I'm a CO2 repairman. Spare me the lies, Isaiah told me everything. What? He told him nothing of the sort. Ethan shot a betrayed look at him. His heart sank. Wait, how was he capable of telling him if he didn't know until now? I'd be doing a service to Terranova if I extinguish you both, but I'm a generous host, so let's play again. The guards tightened their circle around the two of them. It's called One Gets Out Alive, and you get to choose Ethan. You or the priest. How dare he use him against Ethan? His gray eyes turned a fiery red. Ethan, trust me, I can control us this time. If he kills you, I won't... Yeah, this is, you won't be able to forgive yourself, he chuckled. Don't worry, Isra will forgive you. Why would you do this to our friends? Hikaru gave no reply, of course. He could disperse the guards himself. He was strong enough to do that. He steps towards them. Hikaru had predicted he would try to interfere. Groaning in the air cracked in two, separating him and Isaiah from the assassin and the priest. Just watch, he said softly. I'll show you they aren't fit to be your friends. Of course he could see his weakness. To Hikaru he was prey. He seen what he could do with prey. He shuddered. Time's running out, Ethan. Make your choice. The guard took another swing at the priest. An impulse, Ethan stepped in front of the guard and grabbed his sword. Blood seeped from his palm down the steely blade. They would ever do one with me, just... Man, come on, come on, come on. Dominic lashed out at the sword, knocking it to the ground. Large wings sprouted from his back like an angel. Sneezes. Sorry. I didn't get to mute my mic. His voice was as if metal were grinding against gravel. Trust me, don't say anything. We can both be saved. Achoo! Again! Oh, sorry about that. It would be so easy to throw himself onto the guard's sword, to make the choice for Dominic and get it over with. You remember Isaiah's words. You think myself or Dominic would be better off without you? I will answer this question for you. No. His heart was pounded wildly in his chest. There was still a chance for a happy ending. Pass. Boring. The guards summarily killed them both. I don't think that's quite fair. You should probably give them a chance to act. Ethan made his choice, didn't he? It's against the rule to kill a character without purpose consent. But I kill Obsidian, yeah, for blood, and we plan it ahead of time. This is different. Ethan had a choice and he chose the stupid one. So I don't understand why I need to cater to your needs. This had to stop. Isaiah did the only thing he could think of. He marched up to Hikaru, and like he had at the hot springs, scruffed him like a young kitten. His voice was shaking with rage. Stop this immediately. They might not be your friends, but they are mine. In the confusion, Dominic had distanced Ethan and himself from imminent danger, hovering not too far away. Ethan's hands were buried in his feathers, his nose pressed against his neck, his body still shaking. You're a goddamn miracle, Dom. Damn. In his human form, he might chide him for his cursing, but for now, he let out a low rumble, eyes not strained from Isaiah and Hikaru. And what about me, Isaiah? It always has been about you, Hikaru. No, it hasn't. First it was the crystalline core, then it was Ethan, and then this priest. You never had your full attention on me, not once. Selfish and violent though he was not going to abandon him. Hikaru, take my hand. I will help you stay you. The argument about whether they would remain friends and whatever they were would wait until later. Isaiah still did not know if he could trust Hikaru again, but for that to be a question, there still had to be a Hikaru left to trust. In Silverstream, you ran from me. I need to know that I mean something to you. You mean a lot to me. If you did not, what you did would not have hurt so badly. Yeah, he has a point. Hikaru looked up at him resolutely. If you do forgive me, then show me. A pause, considering what he was about to say. His cheeks pinked? Is that an actual thing? Like you can use it like that? Reddened is one thing, like something goes redder. But like pinkent. I never seen that. And he squeezed his eyes shut. Kiss me! That's a mistake. Isaiah wished his face could show the sting of pain in his heart. Hikaru, I cannot. He literally cannot. Why can't they just make up and kiss? Matters, I already explained it is physically impossible for Isaiah to actually move his lips in a manner that would constitute kissing. I mean, the fact isn't totally established. No, it is. Like the elves I see. He gave him a churlish look. Of course you can. I mean, conceptually, he can press his lips to the other man's lips. That is a thing he could do. It would barely constitute a kiss because you're not moving any of the muscles, though. Isaiah held both hands in his. I physically cannot. But you can't kiss me. I have never told you that you cannot do that. Only that if you do, it will hurt you that I cannot return it. But that return was what Hikaru wanted, and Isaiah could not be what the situation required of him. Okay, I think I know what's going on. I think I know what the subtext is. And why, like, Effie was upset that we started dating Cherry. Effie's ace. I think Effie's arrow ace. That would also explain why she's called it purple. Like, she's arrow ace. Zendaya has a crush on her. And Effie's just like, no, it's not gonna work. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. And they like Zendaya is just like projecting all of her issues of the fact that she has friends by being pushy about the fact that she wants her attention only because she cannot have what she wants, which is an actual relationship. I think I find out. I think I understand. I think I found out the subtext. I think I cracked the case. But that's not what you wanted. What you deserve. Isra filled in. So many times Hikaru had wanted a happy ending. He'd read fairy tales before, where the princess kisses the prince, happily ever after. It wasn't much to ask, but he wanted that. But if you care, you would repair the nerves and muscles on my face. I will never stop trying to do that. No, you're not trying. Hikaru's look turned stormy. You're just scared, running away. It hurts that you truly think that, Isaiah replied. But if I were running away, why am I here now? Because he wants to turn you down, because he's been lying to you, because he doesn't actually love you. He bit his lips, tears forming at the corner of his eyes. Don't make me beg. Effie, all you have to do is have him kiss Hikaru back. It's like Sleeping Beauty, awaken the sleeping priest. Isaiah has no muscles in his face. That would be breaking character. Oh, come on. Tourmaline said no elves in the apocalypse, and yet here we are. I didn't exactly give you permission to make an elf, but you did anyway. I'm sorry. Alright, fine. Where do we go from here? I don't know. We can talk about plot points. Maybe I'll line it out. How about I just end it here? Hikaru's story was a tragic one. Shunned by ones he loved, exiled to live in darkness. He had begun to hate the world he was born into, one whose consequences far outweighed the justice they served. Where was justice in a world where beasts and man could be joined, and yet not he and Isaiah? He didn't want to live in a world where he couldn't have all of him. Yeah, no, this sounds like a person that has been spurned. Isaiah didn't have time to react. They were standing so close to each other, nose to nose, that he didn't notice him grab his axe and plunge it deep into his heart. The sound that came from his lips was a gross, bubbling noise. Everything was in slow motion. The cars began to run up the hill. He felt Isra inside him, desperately trying to take over his consciousness, to control him so that he wouldn't die within his mortal vessel. He ground the axe deeper into his chest as he stared deep into Isaiah's eyes. Blood was pouring out his chin, onto the ground and Isaiah's shaking hands. Isaiah didn't even have his weapons out. Well, he does now. I'm sorry, I'm not good enough. I'm not good at happy endings, he laughed with a rasp as blood started to fill his lungs. His once sparkling silver eyes dull. He was dead. What the hell is going on? What's your problem? I should be asking you the same thing. I made a move, you react. That's how roleplay works. You're supposed to be the moderator of this roleplay, Darmaline, so do your job and moderate. I am. I'm telling you that you broke the rules. Effie obviously didn't want Isaiah to do that, and you're not listening. Yeah, you're kind of being a dick. A lot of you are way too much drama. Says the one who got months and then flaunts us when we call her on her bull. Please stop fighting. You know what? I'm out of this community, of everything. Zendaya, you don't actually mean that. Oh, and Effie? Are you gonna be honest about the dress? I was the one that cut up that abomination. Yeah, I knew it. I fucking knew it. The fabric was cheap and the stitching was awful. I'd be ashamed to put that on my body. What? You don't deserve to put it on your body, you bitch. Zendaya, I don't think you're okay. Effie told me you're having a hard time and... You what? Effie, I told you not to talk with anyone about that. Stop. All of you, stop. Look, I'm worrying about you. I told you that Tourmaline was trying to take away all girl time. In Japan, when we were hanging out, you were all worried about her. Tourmaline this, Tourmaline that. You were worried about me? You both are perfect for each other. Two ugly, fat, codependent girls crying about boys on the internet is sad, really. You're not different than us in the area. Nobody held a gun to your head and made you roleplay. And here you are hanging out with losers. What does that make you? At least I'm not a repressed dyke living in the sticks. I can't escape my family. You can't. I said stop it. Everyone just fucking stop. This roleplay is over. I don't want to do this anymore. Good, me neither. Have a good life. Oh. God killer, watch it all fall apart. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I fucked everything up. I'm pretty sure that was the equivalent of Zendaya taking a shit in the middle of the floor and then spraying it on each and every one of us. She's right, you know. I was supposed to moderate this roleplay. Let her get too carried away with Hikaru and his story. And now we're here. No, we're here because you dare be friends with someone Zendaya wanted to have to herself. And that has nothing to do with Hikaru. Yeah, maybe you're right. She's a bitch. I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed, T. Love you. Love you too. I think we're done here. I wish I could talk to her though. Hold on, let me set something up. God, I just can't right now. What's going on? Do you want the truth or do you want to sleep tonight? Hold on. I mean, I'm always up for white damage, as I say. Always up for white damage. I got a pudding cup in one hand and a can of espresso in the other. I'm ready for suffering. Does that answer your question? I'm not okay, T. I haven't been okay since Japan. Maybe before, even before I wear masks, T. I always have. Then what's going on underneath yours, Effie? I won't think you're stupid. That came out wrong. If you care so much about you. Okay, just mental image time, okay? Imagine taking a bag of glitter, throwing it into a fan, and then lighting the whole room on fire. That's me, T. I'm a mess. How many cans of potpourri on your desk right now? Huh? Cherry told me this thing. Just work with me. How many? 3? Oh, wait, 4. Now breathe in for 8. Breathe in. Breathe out. Okay. What do you hear? Nothing, it's quiet on the street. The hum of the computer, maybe. Typing on keys. What do you smell? Citrus. I think Dad might have come in here and cleaned. Man. How do you feel? Shaky, but not freaking out. Should I come over? I need you to give me perspective. Make the world make sense again. I need stability. I need cause and effect. I need structure. Okay, let's piece this together. You and Zendaya became friends because you like the same thing. Right, yes, that's how it started. And then you started posting about how you and her were going to start a business. That probably felt good. Yeah, because we each had our strengths. I created and she connected. And 3, she manipulated you because she wanted you to do all the work and for her to get the glory. I'm sorry, I can keep a level head about this. I felt like she was purposely separating us from the get-go. That's not normal. Friends don't do that. Why would she destroy something that you worked so hard on? Was it me? Was I the problem? If I weren't here, would everybody be getting along? No, you're not the problem, she's! You love working on that dress. It nearly killed you, but you loved it. It hurt. Everything about it hurt, but the pain was how I kept going. But when I saw the pictures, that crushed me. And when she said she was the one who did it, how did that feel? I feel like I'm doing. I feel like I'm doing. I'm going therapist mode. Oh, sorry. It wasn't a fire that kept me going. It was like being dragged underwater and not being able to fight up for air. Hikaru tried to kiss Isaya. I don't know why that matters right now, but it does, I think. Why? Because of the thing that I said before. You know, Isaya, he can't kiss back. He just can't. Like, even if he wants to. No working monsters on in his face, yeah? Yeah, she's projecting. Congrats. You've noticed. If I had given in and changed his entire character concept and let the kiss happen, everything would be fine. But you'd be going back on the story you made. Is that fine with you, Effie? No. Does that make me a bad guy? No. Sometimes you just can't. It makes you a person who wants to have the thing they made respected. And Sandaria didn't respect me. Yeah. She has her own shit going on. But yeah, she fucked up. Didn't respect the thing I made. It's what I mean. Just a thought. And feel free to tell me I'm dumb. You're not dumb. Partner thinks we make in some way us. I hate to admit that Ethan has a lot of bad habits, I do. He laughs serious stuff off because he can't handle it. I think I do that too. Why did you say I wear a mask? Isaiah's whole face is a mask. A bit on the nose there, T. Eh. Ibile da. No, what I mean is, you're right. The dress, that's me too. I gave that to her. And Isaiah, I gave him that, gave him to her, kinda, in a way. We both were role-playing late at night, like a lot. That's a lot of my time, a lot of myself I gave. T, can I confess something to you? Sure. I don't feel attracted the way you described to me feeling attracted. I feel different than other girls. I look at how important people see getting a boyfriend or girlfriend, and I wonder to myself, does that mean I'll always be backseat to romance? I think that's why I made Isaiah, and I think that's why I get so worried when you start dating people. Am I worth loving if I can't kiss someone back? Am I worth the trouble? Sometimes I didn't seem to think so, and now it's over. No, no, girl, no. It's exactly what it's exactly what I said. No, don't worry about it. You're worth loving no matter how you feel. You mean that? I love Cherry a lot, but if I had to pick between her and you, I choose the both of you every time. What if I never marry? You can throw your engagement party to the night. I hear she never gets jealous. What if I never find another person who will accept this part of me? You can move in with Cherry and me and we'll be a house of gay aunties. Two gay aunties and a romantic auntie. What if I become a spinster that only comes out on Halloween? I'll make your spooky debut by helping you sew costumes. That made me laugh. Those are all serious questions, and you deserve more serious answers. I don't know if I can give you good ones right now, but I'm sticking around whether you like it or not. I'll help you find the answers. It's 2004, people didn't know what ace people were. Well, some people did, but, you know, ace discourse didn't start on Tumblr until like the 2010s, so... I love you, but like in a non-romantic way. Thank you. I love you too, T. And I are over. She doesn't respect me. Like, I just said it out loud. It's over. I want to cry. I know, it hurts. I'm sorry, Effie. You can get the respect you deserve without her. I know that you respect me. Please don't think I don't. No, it's not me. I mean you, respecting you. Do you? Do you respect yourself? That's important. I don't know. I don't know how. I can't tonight. I'll check in tomorrow if I don't wake up dead. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Right? Sorry, it was a bad joke. You will see me tomorrow. Please don't scare me. I love the bejesus out of you. Get some sleep. Love you too. Good night. Everything's gonna turn out okay, you just wait. Hey, are you listening to me? I guess I just have to ignore you for now. Until something happens. Oh man, I wanted to annoy Cherio. Tourmaline, hey! Are you listening to me? Fine, I'm done being nice. I'm the only person in this entire roleplay who has the guts to stand up to you and your manipulative behavior. What if I just... See, here's the thing. Because on the one hand, it would be very easy to just continue ignoring her, and that might teach her a lesson. I'm gonna... Just in case I'm gonna save. But also, not talking to her, not actually telling her, look girl, you're fucking up. You're the one who's doing all of this shit. I don't think is the right solution either. Like, sometimes you need to grab a person and rattle their brain in their skull for a little bit so they realize they're fucking up. Or, like, they just don't understand the point. You're wrong. Manipulated how you trash Effie's dress and then say it was me. I'm sure you don't mean to be, but it's just you're really, really selfish. You say you're a good friend. Uh-huh. Yeah, continue. But you only think about yourself, like how you knew Effie and I were looking forward to the Japan trip and you invited yourself anyway. You told me it was okay to come. Literally, you told me to come. Of course I did. I'm a nice person. What else I was gonna say? No? You just don't get it, do you? You were a guest on that trip, but you acted like you owned us. You think just because Effie and you are best buds now that she won't wake up one day. She did wake up and you lost her. She told me about staying up late nights for you, all the roleplay you both did. This isn't about Effie and my friendship, this is about you being jealous. Of you all, get real. Effie's way more talented than you. Cherry's an incredible artist. I'm running a successful roleplay group. Without my original story, terranova would be nothing. I'm done being impartial. I'm removing you as a member of the roleplay community. That's fine by me because I quit. Fine. Fine. Don't contact me again. I feel bad though. Well, and I can't end the month. Maybe I'll start a solitaire game while I wait. I'm sure something will pop up eventually. Seriously, Sandaria, will you need to deal with your issues. God damn it, really? Another game? I guess I'll just quietly wait until well, actually, let me see if there's anything on the RSS. I mean, I can't post anything there. Can I post anything to oh, I guess I can. Oh, okay, I need to make this post. Oh, we didn't even get to read it. Well, it is, but half of it was... Oh, okay. Ethan's room was pleasantly warm and welcoming when he returned to the parish. He, Dominica, and Isaiah had emerged victorious, he guessed. He expected at least mild satisfaction, but instead a growing sense of emptiness gnawed at him. The worst part about Hikaru wasn't that he died, it was that he died when they were trying to save him. He wondered what was going to happen between him and Dominic. The priest had promised he'd move to Nova City with him. That didn't sound how bad, though if he were honest, he'd rather get his mother as far away from Nova Corp as possible. He wondered if the two of them would get along. Would she like him? Would she see that he made him happy? Isaiah was stoic as always, but Ethan felt something in his felt that something in his friend had cracked. Something important. Was this his fault? Well, I guess we'll end the month. Yeah. November. Remember the 5th of November? The 9th of... It was the 5th of the 9th. Okay, fuck you. Let's see. I don't know how to fix it. Wait, no. Is this the same as before? Okay. There, I said it. I've been trying to think of a way to make everything better for days, weeks even. If I'm being honest with myself, but I can't just sit here and be my cutesy self and pretend like nothing's going on, and I don't know what to say to anyone involved to make anything better. I just don't know how to fix this. Or maybe I just don't want to admit to myself what a real problem is. I was always wary, I think, pushed those feelings down because I thought that because I'm the friend who cares and fixes things and makes everyone get along no matter what the problem is, that things would just be okay. There was always that feeling. It kept getting bigger and bigger, and now I've been tired for so long, especially after I get off the phone with her. Her job prospects are getting better, and she told me something terrible happened with her parents recently. I tried to help, but there's nothing I can do to make it better. When I talked with T again, it made it really obvious that this is a pattern between her and me. And again, I knew it. I just tried to ignore it. It wasn't just the roleplay stuff that's really going on since the beginning. It wasn't just that she treated something very, very dear to me like garbage during our trip to Japan. And it wasn't just the thing about the dress, even though that hurt me really, really deeply in a way that I don't know that I'll ever recover from. She has a deep black hole inside her that just can't be filled. No matter how much I give, it's just not enough for her. Everything is one-sided. Everything is about what she's going through, how she's suffering. Looking at it through that lens, her recent offer about modeling my fashions for a cut of the proceeds was just a way to use me to get the success she could never get on her own, and make me feel like she was doing me a favor. If it were someone else, anyone else, I would tell them it was straight up exploitation. It has been, for a while, and it was starting to get too far. After that, I just can't think about her the same way anymore. I don't think we can be business partners. No, scratch that. I don't think we can be friends anymore. I don't think that will fix anything at all. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll just stop someone else in the future from getting hurt. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. I don't know how to fix this. I don't think we can be friends. I don't know what that says about me, and I don't think anything will ever be the same again. Damn. Dear God, I hope you can hear. I hope you listen, if only for a little while. The first week was a lot of fighting and yelling with me and Mom. Then she told Dad, I probably still have belt marks. Oh no. I've learned a lot about the new rules lately. I nod my head and go along with it, check all the right boxes, I get time in my room. Mostly I'm too tired to do anything. Sometimes I'll log on and write for Terranova. Lately it's gotten harder cause, is it weird to say this? I get angry at Dominic. He's just a character in my mind. But when his story ends, he can't just leave. When mine ends, I'll still be here, in purgatory. No car, no money, no escape until I'm 18. Is this all part of your plan? If so, message received. I'm not supposed to be gay, I am supposed to suffer. Maybe if I do that, Ignop, I can leave. Oh, okay. Time for, time for, Boy, you're gonna be a dick to Effie, aren't you? To anyone who's friends with ephemeral smile. Don't make the same mistake I did. I was too nice and she took advantage of me. Truth under the cut. I've been going through a really hard time right now. I stopped hanging out with my real life friends because they always go to restaurant or karaoke, and just the smell of food or alcohol makes me sick. Turns out that's pretty much all they care about because they didn't text me anymore after I left. No money, no jobs, no friends. It totally sucked, and I totally needed a friend during that time, and I've been talking to Ephemeral Smile and off and off, but she abandoned me in my hour or greatest need. She told me and said it was over. That is no fun for her anymore. I was totally blindsided. Starting a business is supposed to be fun. It's a commitment, and she made a commitment to me to be my business partner. And where did this come from? She and I have been friends for the better part of a year. During that time, she didn't say anything or do anything to suggest that she was mad or whatever. She could have just said so instead of waiting for the lowest low to just stick the knife on me. I put my money and my livelihood and my heart on the line for her, and she just opted out like you would pickle someone a burger. Damn, girl, you're being a dick. I told her not to chat Tourmaline again. She would manipulate her so that she could keep her to herself. This icing me out, by the way. Aren't you supposed to be the mature one, T? Be mature and respond to my chats. And then I realized, I replied to you. Piece of shit. And then I realized something. It's not just Tourmaline who's the problem. It's everyone in that community. Tourmaline is a control freak who's insecure about her friendship. She's willing to show herself into Effie's plan. And Cherry Around is a brute who doesn't know how to deal with disagreements outside of threatening physical harm. And finally, Ephemeral Smile. I thought you were the victim. You sure act like it. But now I realize there's a selfish narcissist behind that fake nice girl act who gets off on draining others until they're completely dry. You took my dreams, abandoned a small little corner of Harajuku, toyed with it until I really believed it, and then smacked me down. You might say I'm wrong, but we've been friends long enough for me to know the monster in you. When will you learn that the problem is you? Man, girl, you're worse than a call-out You're almost as bad as a 2024 call-out post. Damn, girl. Damn. That's bad. I'm worried about my friends. Okay, fine. Chat first. Okay, let's talk to Effie. How's stuff? I don't know how to fix this. Okay. Happy Thanksgiving! Cherry? Are you online? Finally, she's gone. Sorry I've been MIA. It's been hard lately. Yeah, I saw your blog. This? Yeah, the last one. Yeah, we read everything. This doesn't cover the half of it. Every weekday Bible school, every weekend school, church. I split myself into two. 90% of the time I'm a different person. Mom signed me up for a retreat over Thanksgiving. So instead of turkey and stuffing, I get, wait for it, more prayer. Oh gosh, you're getting sent to a yeah. Great, conversion therapy. Love that. Not a spa retreat, huh? Bummer. No, get up at 5 a.m. and pray. Do some God-approved family fun. Bible study, then more prayer. That's intense. I'm starting to understand the appeal of suffering. If you seek it out, it doesn't get forced on you. And if you're lucky, you'll get a glimpse of God. That really what you want? It doesn't matter what I want anymore, T. I used to imagine a future where we'd meet. Now I only focus on what's happening tomorrow. That's when I cried a lot. I'm starting to settle into the numbness now. You'll get out. Come on, don't worry. You'll get out soon. That's the thing, though. I won't. Not until I'm 18 at least. Can't you just run away? Come on, T. Where the hell would I go? They'd call the cops on me. Someone would recognize the brown kid in town. I hate seeing you like this. You know what I hate more? Living like this. I know you're going through a really hard time right now. I'm here to listen. You know, if you need to. I know I'm a bad kid, okay? You're not, but okay. I'm nothing like Dominic. He's upstanding, says what's on his mind, and never gives up. If things are hopeless, I wish I had an ounce of his grace. I don't have the whole picture, but I'm starting to piece together the real life you and the online you. You're not Dominic, but you're a survivor like him. I admire that in you. During the time we've known each other, you've been through things I can't imagine dealing with. And you made it. Am I wrong? No, you're right. The bullying, my argumentos, the whole thing with Alonso. I'm like an unkillable roach. Gross. Haha. He said it, not me. Alright, what do we do to survive? Anything changed since last we talked? My mom still has my license, so I can't legally go anywhere without her permission. She drives me to and from school and church. Would she let you work? Ah, she's getting smart, I see. Funny you say that because I was just telling her I should get a job, help support the family. I figured I could get work at Giggle easy. I'm sorry, what? Giggle? Lol, a grocery store. Do you have a spare bank account? Like a separate one? No? Pretty sure I can set one up. Good idea. Can you convince her to let you drive alone? What if I sign up for like really crappy chefs? Ones that she didn't want to take me to. Good idea. Whoa. Maybe I can do this. Just save money to escape, baby girl. You can make it. You can make it if you try, just the two of us. Alright, I really should get to packing for this retreat. If anything, this weekend will give me a lot of opportunity to think about this. I don't know if there are stronger words than thank you. Thank you. Oh, come on, you're welcome. Least I can do. Please don't get it too bad on conversion camp. Talk when I can. Love you. Love you too. Hey, Cherry. When you get out of this, I promise we'll meet. For real. Oh. Well, that's sad. Yeah. Hi, you. Tourmaline, help. I think I'm sick. And if he's blocked me, everything sucks and I'm not okay. No, you're not okay. I'll dispose of our food. And now this. What's going on? I feel like I'm spiraling out of control. You three were my only friends. I don't have anyone in real life. You were the one who insulted your only friends. What was it? Let me pull up the logs. Two ugly, fat, codependent girls crying about boys on the internet or press like living in the sticks. Whose fault is that you're all alone? Come on, girl. I can't stand this. It hurts too much. On top of friends, I don't even enjoy food anymore. At first I enjoyed it, but now it's just about control. Not even strawberry crepes? Come on, you mentioned me with a crepe having your mouth once. You remember that? I mean, you were enjoying that, right? Before you threw it in the trash, I mean. Yeah, actually, I was. I'm just messing all of this up. I'm trying to tell you I'm sorry. For being a crappy friend and a crappy writer. Yeah, yeah, you are a crappy friend. You know why Effie blocked you? No, she freaked out during our roleplay and just left. Probably because you... Yeah, I don't want to say that. I don't want to assume that she pressured her, but didn't respect the things she made. She stayed up on school nights making that dress perfect for you. And when you got angry, you destroyed it. It wasn't my fault. How is it not your fault? You took the scissor, your hand, it was you. I just wanted you to feel how I feel. Then talk about it. Don't destroy gifts the people made for you. You're not a crappy writer. Despite you ignoring rules and backstories, I did appreciate the detail you put into Hikaru's backstory. It was cool. If you like it so much, what was the beloved's real name? They don't have a name. It was just the beloved. Yeah. Wait, really? Oh, wait, yeah, they had a name. I forgot. I fucked up. Oh, man. Do I want to... Do I want to leave and then come back? I feel bad. I feel bad because I don't like her face. I don't like her face. She's annoying as shit. But now I feel bad. I feel like I need to redo this. Can I speedrun this? Can I just, wait, save and quit. Let's save in the first one. And then load, and it's the last save I made. Wait, yeah, we're gonna have to speed up this shit, so, full speed. Let's see if we have like 3 minutes. I don't think it's gonna work. I can always save for the beginning of the next day, of the next month, and do that. Like I'll save and then I'll try a better run. It's just like they mentioned the name once. Like, girl, why are you like this? Why are you so weird? Like, you just want everyone's attention, and I get it. You're having an eating disorder and fucked up, but also this woman. Like, I'm just gonna leave it at for the last part. Fine, you quit. Don't contact me again. Whatever. And it was... Was it a terranova post? Okay. And that's it. And then we can end the month. And now I'll make another save and make sure I don't fuck up this time. Know that we're gonna have enough time. Okay, this time I'll do it, okay. This time I won't fuck up. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, no, of course you're not okay. Meanwhile, fast tracking cherry sting. Uh-huh, okay, meanwhile. Yeah, you were the one who installed your OnlyFriends. Got those sounds. Yeah, not even the strawberry crepes. Man, at least this is a little faster. Yeah, it was Letitia, right? Why did you choose that name? It's my middle name. It means joy. Oh, okay. Come on, Cherry. Let's see. Don't really know why my mom named me that if she was going to make me feel awful. What do you mean? She makes a lot of comments about how I eat. About how that's not how beautiful girls eat. Girl, don't worry about it. Some people are just like really, really the kind to chomp down. It's okay. And how if I'm not going to get a real job, then the least I can do is be thin so I can get a boyfriend? That's really awful. Yeah, like a lot. Your parents don't say that kind of stuff? What about getting a real job? I mean, no. I mean, my parents were terrible and even they didn't say shit like that. And now I'm going home to them. Finally, she can have all the control she didn't have over me back again. I'm going through a lot right now, and I don't know, I'm trying to find a rock to hold on to. Something that's not Japan, something that's not food, and I'm coming up short. I'm really worried about you, Sundari. Yeah, you have like an eating disorder. I haven't gone through what you're going through now, but I'm scared for you. I want to apologize to you and Effie. Will you tell her that for me? I mean, you have to tell her that yourself. Like I feel like I think I'm gonna say, but just in case. But like I don't know. I feel like that's the kind of thing that you know, you have to say it yourself. Like someone else can help you like do the steps, but ultimately she has to apologize herself for this shit. Yeah, you're welcome. Just let me let's finish here so I can deal with this woman. Love you too. Take care. Gonna be okay. Anyway, just in case I'm gonna save. Tell her that yourself. But she blocked me. Give her time. Why not now? Right now, it sounds like you're apologizing to make yourself feel better, not to heal the wounds you made. Yeah. This sucks, or yeah, it sucks over here too. I probably should go, huh? I think you should talk to someone about. Yeah, it's late over there, huh? I'm sorry, Tourmaline. I have some things I need to think about. I'll catch you later. Yeah, later, Sandaria. Well, I hope that doesn't end badly. Just checking in. Are ya? Oh, hey. I'm okay. Are you, though? That's a lie. Sorry. Yeah, I guessed. Have luck, Sandaria. Yeah, she told me. You talked to her recently? Is she okay? I'm so pathetic. With the stuff she said to me, did to me. Why would I even care? It's natural that you care about her. You spend a lot of time together. It's not just that. I don't fit in anywhere. When I go to conventions, I barely see any girls who look like me. I feel like an alien wherever I go. And Sandaria was the first person who told me I could be an alien and be successful. What do you mean, girls like me? You know, black girls? I don't see. Come on, let's not insult ourselves. I mean, what can I say? It's 2004, so I'm sorry, Effie, that sucks. Yeah, like there's no way to put it in any other way. Of course it does. It's even more frustrating to talk about it, and people just look at me with these wide eyes as if I'm directly accusing them. Maybe they can't handle you. Delicate constitutions may people have. For real. Y'all need smelling salts or something. I'll get the fainting couch, lol. See, why are we friends? If you were friends with me just because you felt sorry for me, please tell me so. Because you're someone I look up to. Have I told you I admire you? Me? You're smart, driven, have an amazing sense of style. You're always looking out for your younger brother or your friends, and I guess I just wish I could be more like you. I wish the world wasn't crap to you. I wish you had a sense of belonging. If you want to talk about other stuff, I'm here to listen. See. Thanks, Steve. It's just that when I talk to my classmates about relationships, they don't think like I do. When I try to talk to fashion people about non-Western fashion, their eyes glaze over. When I talk to anime people about race, they freak out. I'm so tired of trying to make connections and having just nothing. Is it impossible for me to find someone who just gets all this? Like, I don't have to say anything, but they just get it? Do you feel like I don't get you? I mean, I don't relate, obviously. I didn't mean it like that. Sometimes we're really in sync, you know? And then I start talking about fashion. I guess I just feel like you're nodding along but don't want to jump into that hole with me. I guess I don't really know about fashion. I want to listen because you're my friend and I care about what's important to you, but I don't have that much to add. Sorry. I know it's not something you can fix. Should I? No, no. I guess what I mean to say is... Sandaria was one of those people who jumped into that hole with me, and I just realized that hole is empty now. Hmm. Do you meet anyone at Godplay? A few people. Got their IMS, yeah, IMs. Maybe something will come out of it. I hope so. Yeah, now that I think about it, I should chat them and see what's up. Been kinda MIA for a while. Like, think like you do about relationships? You haven't felt it? Pressure to talk about boys and dating and stuff? Yeah, it's a cloud of hormones swept through school. I was on that class trip last month and some of the girls insisted I play truth over there with them. Well, I picked the truth and of course the first question was, who do you like? I gotta tell the truth, right? And the truth is nobody. At least not like that. And you know what they say? Don't be such a prude. Yeah, that and you're ruining the game. You're the one asking dumb questions. Preach. Most of the boys in class don't even talk to me. How am I supposed to like them? Yeah, true. People act like I'm supposed to have these elaborate romantic fantasies about some guy I never talked to. Yeah, like, I guess some of the boys in our class are cute. That doesn't mean I want to kiss them. So do you want to kiss Sherry? Yeah. I don't know if there's anyone I'd want to do that with. Even if you become a cat lately, I'll still love you. Oh, good. I was planning on at least 6 million cats. Are you gonna house that many? Cat portal is dark magic. Only taught it to high-level witches. So yeah, anime people. Well, yeah, anime people still freak about like race, and it's been 20 years. Well, white people freak out about race, and the anime fandom is really wide, huh? It is now that you mention it. I never really noticed before. I'm jealous. You don't have to notice. You don't have. People don't let me forget stuff like that. It's kinda like you're right beside me, but seeing a different world. Yeah, one that tries to pretend like people like me don't exist. Or if they do exist, it's always stereotypes. The dumb foreigner, the strong man, the alien. Maybe that's why I feel like an alien, because the world tells me so. You're not an alien. You're my friend and you're a good person. What if I was an alien and a good person? We'd explore the ocean of stars. Travel to faraway worlds and find other aliens like you. And then you know what? Then you know that you're not alone. That's so poetic. Thanks, Dee. Thanks for talking with me. I still got a lot to think about, but it feels like a weight has been lifted off my back. Good. I'm gonna disappear for a while to study for finals. All this gestures stuff has really shut my focus. Okay, good luck and good night. Just between us, you don't need the luck. Good night. Good night, don't work yourself too hard. Ah. I guess I need to post. This is the kind of stuff that they teach you in school. How do you help someone escape something scary? Especially if that something is their parents. I don't know if I could talk to my mom and dad about this. They probably wouldn't believe me. They tell me my internet friend is just a 50-year-old in Florida. Wish I had someone to talk about this in real life. Someone who's older than me, has more experience, but is also on the internet and runs live journal communities. That leaves like 0 people. Girl, there's a lot of old fandom people in the world. I know I'm asking for the impossible here, but a girl can dream, right? Maybe I should have chosen another option. Well, I can go back if I need to. I did say for a reason. And okay, this is the last thing because we're almost 15 minutes over time. Jesus Christ, and we're not done. Ethan sat in the window of his dormitory, taking in the crisp evening air as Dominic snoozed on his bed. Without thinking, he fished around in his pocket for cigarettes that weren't there. Tonight was their last night here. Dominic had been asked to serve as a witness in both obsidians, and at the Archbishop murder trials, Ethan would accompany him to Nova City. Visa papers were submitted, and they said their tearful goodbyes to Isaiah. He thought back to Hikaru, the plucky survivalist whose dream was to save Terranova. His failing was his naivete. Naivety. Well, wouldn't naivete still work in that sentence? That such a big dream would not come at such a big cost. Though his two personalities seemed so diametrically opposed, they were necessary. Hatred and fear could not exist without love. He wished he'd told him sooner about his job, about the ones he was trying to protect. Maybe he talked to him more at the campfire. Maybe he could have convinced him to drop the ritual and instead to try to live life on his own terms. Was looking forward to being on the road. That was against him taking it up, but he insisted on giving his old friend a proper burial. He took her apart, piece by piece, and buried her along Terranova and Dardania, the parish, the chasm, Nuovo, Erdin, Wallwood. That way, wherever he went, he'd know she was there, watching over him. A gun, watching over him. Maybe he did believe in the gods. He couldn't believe Isaiah was staying behind. Hikaru's untimely death had hurt him most of all, and so, eaten reason, he needed process. Wouldn't he need to process? Yeah, he needed to process his guilt before he could move on. You take it easy, you hear? He said awkwardly when they parted. When you come back to Nova City, you'll know which mahjong place to find me in. The one that net me 100 grand? Isaiah asked, tilting his head. Or perhaps the one where I won a tournament. We get it, hotshot. I want a rematch. He poked a finger into Isaiah's chest. Promise me that. I promise, Ethan. He stretched out his hand, his plastic and steel index and middle finger twitched in response. As promised, the prosthetic Isaiah made for him were pretty cool. He turned back to Dominic, bathed in blue moonlight. Looking at his chest rise and fall made him sleepy. Well, time to get to bed. Big day tomorrow. And now we'll save. And I'll save the one in the middle. I have to remember that. That's gonna be everything for today. Oh boy. It's a lot. I'm guessing we're gonna have like maybe 1 more month or 2 more months, and then it's gonna be. I know that there's a time skip. Late. Is there supposed to be a time skip at the end? I think. So I think that that's gonna be tomorrow. Since we're gonna continue this, and then I don't know how much it's gonna take tomorrow to finish this. But we'll see. If it doesn't take too long, we might start the next game. Otherwise, I don't know. I'll play something else. I'll see what I feel like doing. I'm trying to think of something now. I'm like, do I want to play something? Maybe more Moonring. I still kind of feel like suffering through Moonring. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Like I said, tomorrow we probably finish Terranova. There's probably not gonna be any more stuff here. And if we have enough time, like if it's only like an hour, I'll start another game. And otherwise, I'll probably just go through Moonring again. Like I'll continue suffering with the file that we started the other day. And yeah, that's it. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good start to your weekend. And I'll be seeing you tomorrow for the ending of Terranova. Bye, everyone.